하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크 테스팅. 마이크를 테스트합니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크 테스팅. 마이크를 테스트합니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크 테스팅. 마이크를 테스트합니다. Ladies and gentlemen, housekeeping note, we will soon begin the 7th Pan Yellow Sea Forum. I would like to ask everyone to please come inside and take your seats. Thank you very much.
Once again, we will soon begin the 7th Pan Yellow Sea Forum. We would like to ask all of our distinguished guests to please come inside and take your seats. We would also like to ask you to either turn off your cellular phones or switch to the silent mode. Thank you. We would like to ask the staff to usher in our distinguished guests and show them to their chairs. Thank you very much. We shall commence at 9:30 on the dot. We would like to ask you to please come inside and take your seats. Thank you. We have traditional tea prepared for you towards the back of the hall, along with some traditional snacks. Please enjoy. Thank you. For those of you who are just joining us, please let our staff know if you are not able to find your seats. Thank you. We have simultaneous interpretation into Korean, English, Japanese, and Korean, and Chinese as well. We would like to ask you to utilize your interpretation receivers on the tables. Once again, we would like to remind you that we will be commencing the 7th Pan Yellow Sea Forum at 9:30. We would like to ask you to please find your designated seats. Thank you. Once again, we would like to remind you that we are just about to commence the Pan Yellow Sea Forum. We would like to ask you to please come inside and take your seats. Thank you. Please enjoy the traditional snacks and tea prepared towards the back of the hall, and we would like to ask you to please turn off your cellular phones or switch to the silent mode. We have YouTube streaming on the Chungcheongnam-do Province channel. We would like to ask you to join us on the channel. We are here at the 7th Pan Yellow Sea Forum. Welcome. I would like to say hello. My name is Son Bam-gyu. It's a great pleasure to meet you. I am Park Sarang. Pleased to meet you. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us early in the morning. And because we are at the 7th forum, we hope that it will be even more meaningful. Let us now look at the screen for the video of the opening of the Pan Yellow Sea Forum. Thank you very much to Mr. Kim Ung-soo, who is the Goodwill Ambassador for this event. Thank you for your video. We will be meeting him in person in just a little while. Next, we would now like to go on to the introduction of the VIPs via screen. Thank you for watching the video. We have been able to see a glimpse into the first 6 forums. Thank you very much. Next, we would like to invite a performance by the Puyo Chungnam Korean Music Orchestra, who will start us off with the peaceful start of this forum. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
네, 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수.
Another big round of applause, please. That was the traditional music performance of the Puyo Chungnam Korean Music Orchestra. It was a performance titled Meet Again and Walk Together in order to wish for peace on the Pan-Yellow Sea area. It was indeed a very suitable performance for this forum. There is heightened interest for K-contents, and it was a great pleasure to listen to the performance. Next, we would like to invite Governor Yang Seung-jo of the Chungnam Province and we would like to invite him to open our event today. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause. He will now announce the commencement of this forum. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause. Let us now start our journey for peace, prosperity, and symbiosis in the Pan-Yellow Sea area here in Chungnam at the center of the Republic of Korea. Let us commence the forum.
Once again, a big round of applause. As despite the global pandemic ongoing, we are here together to promote collaboration in the region. And despite the difficulties, there are many people joining us here today at the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. Let me introduce the VIPs one by one. When I call upon their names, please greet them with a big round of applause. First of all, many efforts have been made by Governor Yang Seung-jo of Chungcheongnam-do. Please greet him once again with a big round of applause. Next, Chairperson Kim Myung-sun of the Chungcheongnam-do Council. Thank you very much for joining us. A big round of applause. And also, we are hosting this event here in Yesan County. The Mayor of Yesan, Mayor Hwang Sun-bong, is here with us. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to introduce National Assemblyman Lee Jung-won. Please greet him with a big round of applause. Thank you. Mr. Bang Han-il, who is a member of the Provincial Council, is here with us as well. A big hand. Ms. Kim Gi-young, a member of the Provincial Council. Thank you. Next, Provincial Council member Lee Jong-hwa is also here with us today. Member of the Provincial Council, Mr. Kim Hyung-do, please. He has not yet arrived, but nevertheless, a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And next, Chinese Ambassador to Korea, Honorable Ambassador Shin Hai-ming. Thank you very much for joining us. A very loud round of applause, everyone. Next, Ambassador Aiboshi Goichi, Japanese Ambassador to Korea, is here with us. A big round of applause. Honorable Dinara Kenarova, the Kyrgyzstan Ambassador to Korea, is also joining us. Thank you. Next, Chairman Moon Jong-in of the Sejong Institute is also here with us today. Thank you. And next, Chairperson Ho Jae-young of the Water Commission is also present. Thank you very much for joining us. Next, President Kim Jae-il of the Dankook University Hospital is here with us today. A big round of applause. And we've met him through the video. Goodwill Ambassador Kim Eung-soo of Chungcheongnam-do Province is here with us as well. Thank you very much. Next, Tokyo Paralympic gold medalist Choi Ye-jin. She is also a professional athlete on the bocha team of Chungcheongnam-do. She is seated at the right side of the room. Thank you very much for joining us. And many other VIPs are here with us today, but because of the time constraint, I'm not allowed to introduce them one by one. I ask for your understanding. I once again thank everyone for joining us despite your busy schedules to help us successfully host this forum. Next, there will be welcome remarks by Mayor Hwang Sun-bong of Yesan County of Chungcheongnam-do. So please greet Mayor Hwang Sun-bong up on the stage with a big round of applause. Good morning. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Hwang Sun-bong and I am the Mayor of Yesan County, Yesan-gun. I'd like to express my sincere congratulations for the hosting of the 7th Pan-ELOC Forum, which is being held with Governor Yang Seung-jo. I'd like to express my warm welcome to those who have come to Yesan-gun, a county known for apples and hot springs. Council Chairperson Kim Myung-sun and National Assemblyman Lee Jung-moon and Chairman Moon Jung-in, as well as all the ambassadors and all the distinguished guests. Thank you for joining us. Now, here we are gathered at the Toksan Hot Springs with a 600-year history. And also, this place is known as the home of the noted calligrapher with the pen name of Chusa, Kim Jong-hee, and the birthplace of Yoon Bong-gil, an independence fighter with the pen name of Mae Han. So I believe that it is indeed meaningful to invite experts from Korea, China, Japan to host this forum in Yesan-gun, enriched with the history and culture of Korea. And I do believe that we will be able to promote collaboration and communication here. I hope that you will have time to visit and look around Yesan County. I wish you the best. And once again, I would like to welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Governor Hwang Sun-bong of Yesan. I hope that you will be able to feel the warmth of this county as you are here at the forum today. Next, we would like to invite Chairman Kim Myung-sun of the Chungcheongnam-do Provincial Council. Please welcome Chairman Kim with a big round of applause. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to meet you. As have been introduced, I am Kim Myung-sun, Chairman of the Chungcheongnam-do Provincial Council. I am delighted that the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, with the theme of Global Crisis and Cooperation and the Future of the Pan-Yellow Sea, is held here in Yesan of Chungcheongnam-do Province. I would like to express my sincere congratulations along with the citizens of Chungcheongnam-do. I would like to thank Governor Yang Seung-jo along with other officials for their efforts in preparing the 7th Forum. I would also like to thank our mayor, governors, and members of the Provincial Council, members of the National Assembly, as well as the ambassadors joining here today. In particular, His Excellency Shi Hang-ming, His Excellency Ayaboshi Koichi, and His Excellency Dinara Karalova for joining us today. Thank you to Chairman Moon Jung-in of the Sejong Institute and Mr. Ho Jang-in of the Water Commission, as well as the President of the Tangguk Hospital. Thank you very much to the distinguished guests for joining us here today. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, the Pan-Yellow Sea area is an area that has been developed for thousands of years through exchanges between the Northeast Asian countries. And we have been able to share our history and culture. At times, our relationships have become difficult because of competition and conflict, but now is a time for a new vision. Around the world, including the Pan-Yellow Sea area, we have suffered from COVID-19 as well as other crises and climate change. Amid such challenges, we are now experiencing once again how closely connected we are. In various areas such as security, economy, and culture, we are closely connected in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. And we now need to overcome these challenges through cooperation and collaboration. The Pan-Yellow Sea Forum has worked on networking between local autonomies to create sustainable development and growth. At today's forum, we would like to take a look at not only the traditional security issues surrounding the Korean Peninsula, but also new challenges such as the decrease in population and continued spread of COVID-19 along with air and marine pollution. We will take a look at these tangible issues to offer an opportunity to examine mutual interests in the Pan-Yellow Sea area and restore cooperation and mutual assistance towards shared growth. I do hope that the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, which promotes peace, prosperity, and coexistence in the Pan-Yellow Sea region, will grow further and establish itself as a venue to promise the prosperity of East Asia. Welcome again to Chungcheongnam-do Province. I wish you all the happiness and the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. We have just heard from Chairperson Kim Byung-sun, the Chungcheongnam-do Council. Next, I would like to invite Minister Lee Myung, the Minister of Unification. He has sent a video message, please. A big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the Minister of Unification of the Republic of Korea, Lee Myung. I wholeheartedly congratulate the opening of the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. The forum was launched in 2015, and at the center of the forum is Chungcheongnam-do. It promotes the collaboration and co-prosperity and advancement of the region, and it serves as a venue for international communication. I would like to thank Governor Yang Sung-jo of Chungcheongnam-do, Chairperson Kim Byung-sun of the Chungcheongnam-do Council, and all of those with the Chungcheongnam-do government for your efforts to putting this forum together. Also, I would like to thank Mayor Hwang Sung-bong of Yesan County and also National Assemblyman Hong Moon-pyo and Jong-moon, as well as Ambassador Shung Hai-ming, Ambassador Aiboshi Koichi, Ambassador Dinara Kemerlova. Thank you very much for your presence here today. I would also like to thank the experts joining this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are faced with a global pandemic, COVID-19, and along with that, we are faced with challenges such as climate change and polarization. We were faced with complex challenges, and so we need global collaboration. And I do believe that as the theme of this year's forum, the global crisis and cooperation and the future of the Pan-Yellow Sea region, we really need to join our wisdom and our strength together to tackle these challenges, in particular in order to promote inter-Korean relations and to bring peace on the Korean Peninsula. We really need to advance the peace in this region, and I do believe the forum will serve as a firm foundation to achieve that. When the two Koreas collaborate together, and also when there is collaboration in the region, then we will be able to enjoy vitality and prosperity in the region. Also, the Korean government is pursuing a Korean-style New Deal, and we want to further expand that into an inter-Korean peace New Deal. Also, we want to create a common special zone for the Pan-Yellow Sea region so that we can further advance peace and prosperity, not only in the Korean Peninsula, but in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. And I do hope that we will be able to leap forward to the next stage through the collaboration of the countries in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. For the future of the Pan-Yellow Sea region, you are joining us here today. As you know, we are now continuing connection and liaison exchanges with North Korea, and we are making efforts to stably manage the inter-Korean relations, and through active communication engagement, we want to further push the Korean Peninsula peace process, and also exchanges between the two Koreas, and also international exchanges are something that the Korean government continuously supports. Through this forum, I do hope that we can talk about regional cooperation measures and that we can put our wisdom and creativity together. Going into the future, I do hope that Chungcheongnam-do can serve as a basis and the center for regional cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the message by Minister Lee In-young. Next, we would like to invite National Assemblyman for his remarks. Lee Jung-mun.
Yes, good morning. Very nice to meet you. I am National Assemblyman Lee Jung-mun, and we are here at the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum that promotes peace and prosperity of the region. This forum has continued since 2015, and this year we celebrate the 7th anniversary. I wholeheartedly congratulate the opening of the 7th forum, and I wish you great success. I would like to extend my gratitude to Governor Yang Sung-jo of Chungcheongnam-do and all of his staff members for your efforts in hosting this event. And also, there are many VIPs here today. Chairperson Kim Myung-sun of the Chungcheongnam-do Council, Mayor Hwang Sun-bong of Yesan County, Chinese Ambassador to Korea Shin Hai-ming, and Ambassador Aiboshi Koichi, Japanese Ambassador to Korea, Ambassador Dinara Kemalova, Kyrgyzstan Ambassador to Korea, and Chairman Moon Jong-in of the Sejong Institute. Thank you for being here and supporting us. I thank all the speakers and all the experts here today, as well as the members of the Chungcheongnam-do province. Chungcheongnam-do has hosted the Pan-Yellow Sea 6 times, and we have looked at the ways for further promoting cooperation in this region and have seen great success. We have been able to enhance recognition of Chungcheongnam-do, and we have been able to strengthen the network in this region. This year's forum has a theme of global crisis and cooperation in the future of the Pan-Yellow Sea region, and I do hope that this forum will contribute to promoting the coexistence and prosperity, as well as the collaboration of the countries in this region. I do hope that what is discussed here today can be reflected into policy measures. Also, the local governments in this region, I hope, will be able to find ways to further collaborate and enhance mutual understanding. Also, we will be talking about the decrease of population, the spread of the pandemic, and also the climate change and the degradation of the maritime environment. I hope that we will be able to find joint measures to tackle these challenges and to strengthen our collaboration for overcome such challenges. Also, I hope that the local governments of the Pan-Yellow Sea region will be able to further strengthen their friendship and find ways for sustainability in the region. Once again, I would like to congratulate the opening of the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, and I wish you all great health and success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee Jung-mun, member of the National Assembly, for your remarks. Amidst global crisis, he has mentioned that we need to further cooperate and collaborate to find solutions. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Park Wan-ju, member of the National Assembly, for his remarks. Please watch the video message. We will start the remarks. Good morning. I am Park Wan-ju, member of the National Assembly. Congratulations on the opening of the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Governor Yang Seung-jo as well as other staff and organizations who have made this forum possible. The Pan Yellow Sea Forum began in 2015, and this forum takes a look at the Pan Yellow Sea region, bringing together the local autonomies in the region to conduct networking and cooperation to find solutions for common challenges. Global crisis and cooperation and the future of the Pan-Yellow Sea is the topic of the 7th Forum. I do hope that the forum will indeed provide a turning point for peace and cooperation in the region. We see that we have COVID-19 and also the polarization of the local areas, as well as marine and air pollution in the region, and I look forward to passionate discussions and the sharing of experience being conducted through the forum. I do hope that this forum will lay down the foundation to create a robust Pan-Yellow Sea region. Once again, congratulations on the hosting of the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the moderators, speakers, MCs, and all those who have made the forum possible. I wish you all the best for the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum.
Yes, thank you very much. We have just heard the video message by National Assemblyman Park Won-ju. Next, I would like to invite Honorable Ambassador Xing Haiming of the Chinese Embassy in Korea. Please greet him with a big round of applause. Governor Yang Seung-jo of Chungcheongnam-do, Chairman Kim Young-sun of the Chungnam Provincial Council, Mayor Hwang Seung-bong, and all the distinguished guests and friends, I am honored to be here at the opening ceremony of the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. The hosting of this event is something worthy of congratulations, and I extend my words of congratulations on behalf of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China and the Republic of Korea. The theme of this year's forum is Global Crisis and Cooperation and the Future of the Pan-Yellow Sea. As we see an increase in vaccination rates around the world, many countries are politically, economically, and socially recovering from the pandemic. Now is the time for all of us to take on the challenge of overcoming the darkness of the pandemic to enter an era of prosperity and development. That is the joint task for all of us. Yesterday, marks the 50th anniversary of the Republic of China recovering its status, and President Xi Jinping has continuously emphasized that the international society must come together to respond to the crisis, and that we should continue to work together so that the entire global community can further promote joint values and push towards true multilateralism so that we can establish a true global community. And recently at the 76th UN General Assembly, President Xi Jinping proposed a global development initiative. He mentioned that the international society must come together to respond to the crisis and take advantage of this opportunity to grow as a powerful, eco-friendly, and healthy world to become one for global development. This initiative has not only proposed a new drive for cooperation for global development, but also suggests a direction to which the entire Pan-Yellow Sea area can head toward. We have seen from the history of amicable exchanges that have spread across the past thousands of years that the Yellow Sea is a link that connects our destinies. The Yellow Sea is a repository for all of us and provides us with the infinite amount of power that we need to seek development and prosperity together. The geographical barriers actually have no effect when it comes to the pandemic, which is ongoing around the world. And we have been making efforts to overcome the pandemic, overcome the negative impact, and we have seen progress. We have seen trade and investment growing, and we can see overall stability taking place. Starting from January to March, and also if you look at the first and second and third quarter, the GDP has grown by 5.8% from the same period last year, and overall growth was around 5.1%. You can see that China is once again showcasing its potential for growth. Korea and Japan is faced together across the sea, and you can say that we have great geographical advantages. The three countries, Korea, Japan, and China, are gifted with natural resources, and the three countries must find an optimal placement of resources to cooperate in protecting the marine ecology and developing a marine economy, and ultimately creating a pan-Yellow Sea ecological economic zone together. I hope that this forum will serve as an opportunity for all of us to protect the marine environment, practically to establish a more efficient and balanced ecological economic system. It is also our hope to protect the peace and stability within the area, to create a pan-Yellow Sea ecological economic zone. By meeting these aspirations, we can anticipate the Yellow Sea becoming a sea of peace, a sea of friendship, a green sea, and a sea of prosperity. And in this process, I believe that the Chungcheongnam-do province can further advance. China will do its utmost to support Chungcheongnam-do. Governor Yang Seung-jo, you are doing great work, and I look forward to your continuous achievements. Last but not least, I wish for the success of this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your remarks in Korean. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Shin Hai-ming, Ambassador to Korea from China. Next, we would like to invite His Excellency Aiboshi Koichi, the Japanese Ambassador to Korea. Please welcome the Ambassador with a big round of applause. Well, Ambassador Shin Hai-ming spoke in Korean, and I would like to make an effort to speak in Korean as well. First, Governor Yang Seung-jo, Chairman Kim Myung-sun, Governor Hwang Sun-bong, National Assemblyman Park Wan-ju, and other distinguished members of the audience, good morning. Last year, Ambassador Tomita participated in this forum, and he was my predecessor. This is the third time I am stationed in Korea, but nevertheless, my pronunciation is not very good. And so I hope you will refer to the proceedings if you are not able to understand my pronunciation. We are here at the Pan Yellow Sea Forum, and I congratulate you on the opening of the forum. And I would also like to pay my tributes to all those who have made this forum possible. At this forum, we will be discussing the Korean Peninsula, the polarization, the decline of population, as well as response to infectious diseases such as COVID-19, collaboration between local autonomies, protection of marine assets, as well as finding solutions for marine waste. These are all major issues within the Pan-Yellow Sea region, and these issues will be discussed throughout the forum. I look forward to the active discussion of these challenges through participants from both home and abroad. Due to COVID-19, we are constrained in our activities, and so we need to gather our wisdom to cooperate in order to respond to these challenges. Along these lines, a gathering of experts in the relevant challenges at this gathering is very meaningful. Furthermore, the topic of this forum is Global Crisis and Cooperation and Future of the Pan-Yellow Sea. This forum focuses on the role of networking between local autonomies. The cooperation of local autonomies has a great impact on the mutual understanding of different countries. The Chungcheongnam-do province has worked with Japan in various states of our history, and we also have signed MOUs for cooperation with various local autonomies within Japan. I pay my tributes to the efforts of the Chungcheongnam-do province, and I look forward to continued active cooperation with Japan. I look forward to a very fruitful forum. I wish you great happiness and the best of luck. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Aiboshi Koichi. He spoke in eloquent Korean. Thank you very much for your remarks. Another big round of applause for the ambassador, please. Next, we would like to invite His Excellency Dinara Kirilova, the ambassador to Korea from Kyrgyzstan. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to meet you.
Mr. Yang Seung-jo, dear Chairman Kim Yong-son, dear Mayor of Yesan City, Your Excellencies, Ambassador of Japan and China, Member of National Assembly and Provincial Council, distinguished professors and distinguished participants. It is a great honor for me to participate in this forum again. Allow me to congratulate the organizers represented by Governor Yang Seung-jo on the successful organization of this forum, aimed at the prosperity and peaceful coexistence of the region, this region. Since the ancient times, Korea, China, Japan, and the countries of Central Asia were united by Great Silk Road. The people of Kyrgyzstan and Korea are united not only by the Ural-Altai historical roots, but also similarity of culture, traditions, and democratic principles. This year, Kyrgyzstan celebrates the 30th anniversary of independence. For 30 years, the Kyrgyz Republic became the truly democratic country with free market economy. Next year, we will celebrate the 30th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Kyrgyz Republic and the Republic of Korea. Although during this period we have many achievements in strengthening political, economic, and cultural ties, the potential for cooperation between Kyrgyzstan and South Korea, trade, promotion of tourist and labor exchanges, development of green economy, healthcare, digitalization, and education remains fully unrealized. And I hope that we could continue cooperation with Chuncheon-Namdo province. Today, the forum will discuss such important topics as the situation on the Korean Peninsula, measures of local authorities to overcome socio-economic polarization, international cooperation in fighting against the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as protection of the environment, including water resources. On October 14 of this year, Kyrgyzstan adopted the National Development Program of the country until 2026, which provides the same issues raised at today's forum, such as anti-crisis measures in connection with the coronavirus pandemic, demographic problems, environmental protection, regional development, and modernization of cities. I hope that this platform will allow us to find possible areas of cooperation between our countries for the joint solution of the task and existing challenges and problems. Once again, let me thank Chuncheon-Namdo province, represented by the governor, for the invitation and warm hospitality. Thank you very much for your attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We have just heard from Honorable Dinara Kemeroba, Kyrgyzstan ambassador to Korea. Once again, a big round of applause. Next, we will hear from Ambassador Nguyen Bu Trung, the Vietnamese ambassador to Korea. He has sent a video message.
Governor of the Chuncheon-Namdo, Ms. Kim Myung-soon, Chairperson, Chuncheon-Namdo Council, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Vietnam Embassy and the ASEAN Ambassadors Committee in Seoul, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the provincial government of Chuncheon-Namdo for the effort to organize the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. It is a great privilege for me to participate in the opening ceremony of the 7th Forum. Since 2015, the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum has become an annual event and a valuable platform for experts from various fields and local governments to share the vision for peace and to communicate in search of ways to build a peaceful community where everyone lives together, pursuing peaceful, abundance, and clean future through cooperation. The 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, themed Global Crisis, Cooperation, and Future of the Pan-Yellow Sea, will help us understand and learn more about the situation in the region, the policy response at the national and provincial levels. This is very important for the sake of experience sharing, especially across the Asia Pacific, where we are also promoting peace and cooperation to cope with transnational issues. With that in mind, allow me to wish you a very successful 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. Best wishes to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We would now like to invite Mr. Hong Mun-pyo, member of the National Assembly, for his remarks. It is indeed a great pleasure to join you at this gathering to set a new vision for the Republic of Korea. I apologize for being slightly late. Governor Yang Seung-jo is now hosting the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, and he has invited ambassadors to Korea to join today. And I believe that the forum is one of the best results of the Chungcheongnam-do province in its history. I came all the way down here from Seoul to join you today. Governor Yang Seung-jo, he is turning his eyes towards international issues beyond Korea. And thank you very much for hosting this international forum. Maybe we can give the governor a big round of applause for his efforts. In particular, we have here with us ambassadors from countries that are enjoying a great friendship with our nation. Thank you very much for joining us. Maybe we can give the ambassadors a big round of applause as well. At the Chungnam province, we have Chairman Kim Myung-sun of the Provincial Council. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to Governor Hwang Sun-bong. And we also have with us National Assemblyman Lee Jung-mun here with us. We also have with us Chairman Moon Jung-in, who is here despite his very busy schedule. We have a long list of experts to join us today, and I do believe that the discussions shared today will set the vision for Chungcheongnam-do province. But I would like to take this opportunity to share with you my thoughts on the position of Chungcheongnam-do within the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Well, I don't think that all is good. The relationship with Japan is not without its issues. And our relationship with China is also quite similar because it is very difficult to position ourselves in the relationship with China. And we certainly have troubles with North Korea. And our relationship with the US is not the same as it was in the past. Having said that, the circumstances surrounding the Republic of Korea is not easy at all. We now need to pioneer a new path for democracy and friendship. And I believe that Governor Yang Seung-jo can lead the way through the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. I do believe that this forum is very important and timely, not only for Chungcheongnam-do province, but also for the whole of the country. I dare to say that given the various issues in the Republic of Korea, we now need to work on global competitiveness in order to succeed. For example, the Busan Gyeongnam area, including the city of Ulsan, they need to become one single region in order to overcome the current difficulties. Daegu and Gyeongbuk are in the same position as well. If we take a look at the Chungnam province, we have to think about how to position ourselves to become a stronger Chungnam province, and that is not a simple issue. We have Daejeon and Sejong in the vicinity, and they are working on becoming one region. If that happens, then Chungcheongnam-do will be in a very difficult position because we cannot become one with Cheonnam or Cheonbuk, nor can we become one with the Gyeonggi province. Chungnam is at the center of the Republic of Korea, and therefore we have no other choice but to become a part of the Pan-Yellow Sea region. And I believe that that will benefit the whole nation as well. I do look forward to the Chungnam province continuing to expand their position as a part of the Pan-Yellow Sea region. And as a National Assemblyman representing this region, I would like to continue down this path. I would also like to mention the relationship between the central government and the local government. It has been 3 decades since we have worked on decentralization. But balanced regional development, although it is the vision of the current government, according to various statistics, they say that in the next 25 years, 85 cities and counties will disappear. That is quite a nightmare on our hands. This will destroy local autonomies and local areas. The way to find a solution is not to just talk about reforms and transformations. We need fundamental reforms. And what is that fundamental reform? It is to change the tax system. Where there is money, there is people, and where there is people, there is education, health, and culture and economy. Currently, all of that is concentrated in the capital area. We need to change the taxation system for the local autonomies and also for the whole of the nation. Currently, the tax system divides the taxes 8-2 between the central and local government, but we need to change that proportion to make sure that the local areas have the money, which will then be followed by people, which will then be followed by culture, economy, education, and industry. All resources are concentrated in the greater capital area. And because the local autonomies do not have resources, they cannot attract people, nor economy, culture, education, and medical resources. And so I have always talked about this reform. I have not been able to complete these reforms, but I hope that I can set on the table this issue. If experts can discuss this issue today, I do believe that it will translate into true balanced development of local regions as well as a vision for healthy decentralization. It must be linked to the budget. I hope that we will see a great reform and transformation of the taxation system so that we will have a 6-4 proportion between the central government and the local governments. I look forward to the ideas and insights being shared today so that we can pave the way for a new Chungcheongnam-do province and its future. Thank you very much for joining us today, and I look forward to a great gathering so that the Chungnam province can become the center of the Pan-Yellow Sea region. I wish you great health. Thank you very much.
We have just heard from National Assemblyman Hong Moon-pyo. Thank you very much for your kind words. And once again, a big round of applause. Thank you very much. He came all the way down from Seoul, and I think that he was worried that he'd be late, but nevertheless, he has made it on time. And he was at the forum for low fertility rate last time around. Thank you very much for your participation. Next, I would like to introduce the VIPs. We have with us member of the Provincial Council, Mr. Cho Sung-man. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. And next, the governor of Chungcheongnam-do, Yang Sung-jo, will give a keynote address on global crisis and cooperation and the future of the Pan-Yellow Sea. Please give him a big round of applause. He has put together a great presentation to help enhance your understanding. Once again, a big round of applause for the governor. Yes, thank you very much. And I would like to wholeheartedly welcome you to the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. Chairperson Kim Myung-sun and also National Assemblyman Hong Moon-pyo, as well as Mayor Hwang Sun-bong and Chairman Moon Jong-in, Ambassador Shin Hai-min, Ambassador Aibo-shi, Koichi, and Ambassador Dinara Kamal-Loba. Thank you very much for joining us. I welcome you. Now, let me begin my presentation on global crisis and cooperation and the future of the Pan-Yellow Sea. We are living in a time of crisis. In general, when we talk about crisis, conventionally, we speak of something that is similar to a disaster. And the crisis referred by the Korean government is also close to the concept of a disaster. In Korea's Standard Manual for Crisis Management, a crisis has the potential to cause serious harm to national sovereignty or to key elements or values such as politics and economy that constitute the country. So it's a state of causing harm or on the verge of causing harm. And so it might seem contradictory to say that we are living in a time of crisis, because it is difficult to say that disaster strikes us every day. But I believe that we are living in a time of crisis. I dare say that. The crisis that I am talking about is not just a crisis that causes physical harm, or that I'm not saying that a disaster has occurred, but it includes a disaster that may exist in the future. That is, future disasters. And I believe that if you look at COVID-19, the pandemic, in 2019, COVID-19 was thought as a future disaster. What is more alarming is that there are currently about 1.67 billion unknown viruses on the planet. In fact, up to 827,000 viruses can infect humans. 75% of these infectious disease vectors are derived from wild animals. But as animals are losing their habitat and moving into the habitats of humans, the possibility of new infectious diseases grow. However, through the spread of infectious diseases such as COVID-19, we have gained something as well. We have learned something. We have learned about how to successfully respond to challenges from nature. First of all, Korea was able to respond successfully due to the new infectious disease response system reorganized after the nation was hit with MERS. This is a crisis management system of testing, confirmation, epidemiological investigation, tracking, isolation, and treatment. Despite this, we were able to succeed also. Along with this, we were able to succeed because of the citizen participation for promoting public good. And here we can see that active participation by the citizens are essential for successful response to epidemics. Also, WHO has suggested communication, organization, and cooperation, and suggested a One Health paradigm as a key word for infectious disease management. In other words, in order to achieve optimal performance in public health care, communication and collaboration among different areas are required based on the interdependence of people, animals, and the environment. In the past, we dealt with human health, animal health, and environment separately. But we learned that in order to effectively respond against viruses, an integrated and holistic cooperation and communication is necessary. And such an approach does not only apply to future disasters, but also I believe that we can apply this to other challenges such as income polarization, low birth rates, and aging of the population. Some may believe that income polarization, low birth rates, and aging of the population are not future disasters because there is no suddenness to these issues like COVID-19. However, just because these issues are approaching us gradually does not mean that they are not crises. In fact, they are crisis situations. I think that they are disasters of the present day. First of all, let's take a look at the polarization of income. At present, the income of the top 0.1%, or 18,000 people in Korea, holds income that is equivalent to the income of the bottom 17%, or 3.24 million people combined together. And the wealth of the bottom 50% accounts for only 2% of the total wealth of the Korean population. This income polarization makes 4 out of 10 Koreans think that they are part of the low class. And 6 out of 10 believe that even though they work hard, there is no possibility of raising or enhancing their social and economic status. In fact, according to a statistical poll, 7 out of 10 people reply that they would like to immigrate if given the opportunity. Now let's take a look at the issue of low birth rate. Currently, Korea is the only OECD member that has a combined birth rate of 0.84. So it's the only country that has a rate below 0. And it is ranked as a very low ranking when it comes to the birth rate among OECD nations. Also, the number of births last year stood at 272,300, a decrease of 30,300 from the previous year. In the year 2100, the population of Korea is expected to decrease from 51 million to 17 million, placing Korea at a risk of demise. In the UN World Happiness Index, Korea scored 5.85 out of 10 points, ranking 62nd out of 149 countries surveyed and 35th out of 37 OECD states. The elderly poverty rate stood at 43.4%, far exceeding the OECD average of 14.8%. And if this continues, then Korea will become a super age society with the elderly population accounting for a whopping proportion of the total population exceeding that of Japan. And I believe that such a situation is indeed a disaster and a crisis situation. I believe that the low birth rate and the income polarization issue are challenges that we have to overcome. I believe that they are disasters that we have to overcome. And so, when the Chungcheongnam-do provincial government, which was put into place through a popular election, came into place, we came up with new policies and programs. And let me introduce 2 of our leading programs. First, Chungcheongnam-do has come up with the Happy House program. It has a brand name, 꿈빛에, which means that because you have a dream, your houses and your life can glow. Housing was found to be one of the greatest obstacles for people who want to get married. And so we provide 50 million won to help them find a home, to find a home that they can rent. And also, 50% of their monthly rate will be supported by the Chungcheongnam-do province if you have 2 children. And we hope that this kind of a program can be expanded nationwide. Number 2, Chungcheongnam-do province provides greater welfare services for the elderly. For example, we provide free bus rides for the elderly from the age of 75. This is to ensure that the elderly who are over 75 do not feel financially burdened, and this is to promote their economic status and their health. Now, as of 2021, over 200,000 elderlies have utilized this program. We believe that the low income issue, the income polarization, the low birth rate, and aging population are not challenges of Korea alone. I understand that Japan is also faced with such challenges as well. And I understand that in Japan, the Masuda report was issued, and so based on the report, there has been a policy put into place to promote the advancement of local cities and regions. So job creation has been promoted in the cities, and also pregnancy, birth, and childbearing has been supported in the local regions so that Japan can overcome relevant challenges. Also, I understand that China has introduced some policies to deal with these challenges as well. For example, there are programs for distribution of income, and some say that 10% of the top income bracket has 36 folds greater amount of wealth compared to the lower 20% of the income bracket, and that the top 1% of China holds more than 30% of the total wealth in China. So as you can see, the income polarization, low birth rate, and aging population are challenges that the entire Yellow Sea region is faced with. And these challenges cannot be overcome with the efforts of the local government alone. We need communication, we need organization, and we need collaboration. We need participation and engagement by the citizens. And so I would like to propose the following. First, I would like to propose an online forum to overcome crisis. As you well know, the internet and social media are used for individuals obtaining information. In the past, the information and knowledge were dominated by elites and intellectuals, but the internet and the social media are helping to promote and spread knowledge and information. I do believe that we can utilize such information as collective intelligence. And collective intelligence can be the key to solving the challenges of the modern day based on the networking effect of a great number of participants. I believe that such collective intelligence should be utilized for overcoming our challenges, and I would like to propose an online forum to overcome crisis so that we can utilize such collective wisdom and collective intelligence. Number two, I do believe that we need to think about how we respond to the gradual challenges. Most people do not understand or identify these slow changes, but those who are directly impacted by the challenges are very sensitive. And I do believe that we need more communication among the people who are directly impacted by the challenges with those who are not. So I believe that we need online youth and senior clubs to promote communication. Also, we need cooperation for sharing online data. This data could be for information sharing of the marine environment. With our own efforts alone, we cannot deal with the issue of a degradation of marine environment. That is why we need to build a marine environment related data system, and we need to share such database. I believe that such sharing of data can prevent inflow of waste. But I think that such data sharing should not be limited to data of the marine environment. I think that we can share data on various issues, and data on the marine environment can be simply a starting point. At the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, I've made a number of suggestions because I hope that the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum indeed can can be a region for true collaboration. The Pan-Yellow Sea region is where the warm and cold currents meet. It is a sea where Korea, China, and Japan meet and exist in harmony. I believe that when we can truly enjoy a sea of information, we can enjoy true collaboration in this region. And the internet is known as a sea of information, and I believe that the forum can serve as a sea of information as well. And I hope that we will be able to share information and spread on the knowledges that we have obtained and to our next generation. I think that that is the future of our Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for sharing with us the very meaningful keynote presentation. Another big round of applause, please. We would now like to announce the Pan-Yellow Sea Peace Declaration. I shall read the declaration. Striving for peace in the Pan-Yellow Sea region, Pan-Yellow Sea Peace Declaration. Peace is an ultimate value that we humans should pursue. The world must move toward a future of peace. In doing so, the Pan-Yellow Sea region can be the key. Our Pan-Yellow Sea region has sufficient strength and capabilities to create and lead the way to world peace. The Pan-Yellow Sea region accounts for 20% of the world's population, as well as 20% of world trade. Our region's economy is as large as the size of the economies of the EU and the US. I think that our region can further develop and grow stronger based on its long historical traditions and cultural bounds shared across the region. People, goods, religions, and knowledge have crossed borders in the Pan-Yellow Sea region throughout thousands of years during the course of history, through which interaction historically and cultural traditions have been shared. This can constitute a foundation for peace and shared prosperity that is hard to find anywhere else. Hereby, we have gathered here today to take a big step forward towards peace. First, local governments in the Pan-Yellow Sea region will actively take the lead in actions and practices to tackle shared global tasks such as COVID-19 and other infectious diseases, climate changes, energy conservation based on close cooperation and mutual assistance. Second, civic societies and private organizations in the region will seek peace and shared prosperity in various fields and carry out specific projects towards greater shared prosperity and cooperation, enhancing solidarity. October 26, 2021, Yang Seung-jo, Governor of Chungcheongnam-do Province, the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. Another big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Next, we shall conduct a ceremony to wish this region's peace, prosperity, and symbiosis through a puzzle performance. We shall invite the governor as well as the speakers for the forum, along with the representatives who will represent the people of Chungnam to join us. And when the puzzle is completed, we will have a beautiful performance by the Cheonan Children's Choir led by Mr. Kim Gi-hong. Please welcome the choir and their conductor with a big round of applause. A big round of applause, please. And now, as you are called, please join us on stage to complete the puzzle together. The puzzle represents creative and logical solutions to challenges. Through the puzzle performance, we shall wish for the peace, co-prosperity, and symbiosis of this region. First, we have with us members of the children's choir, Hwang Eui-jin and Seo Hae-in. They will participate in the completion of the puzzle to wish the future of this region great peace, prosperity, and symbiosis. They will place the first piece. A round of applause, please. Do we have another piece for the representatives of the children's choir? Now, the second piece of the puzzle. We had Hwang Eui-jin and Seo Hae-in joining us for the first two pieces of the puzzle. Next, we will be inviting Ms. Kim Ga-eul to represent Yegam and also Secretary General Park Hyun-sup of the Chungnam Consumer Network for Public Interest. They will actually be participating as discussants for Prosperity2 session and Symbiosis2 session representing the MZ generation. They will also be placing pieces on the puzzle. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. We will be placing the third and fourth pieces. Now, they will actually be placing the third piece together. A big round of applause, please. Next, we will be inviting Ms. Choi Ye-jin. She is a boccia athlete, and boccia is a well-known Paralympic sport. She actually won the gold medal at the London Paralympics in 2012, a silver medal at the Rio Olympics, and a gold medal at the Tokyo Paralympics. She was also the flag bearer for the Korean athletes at the Tokyo Paralympics. She will be joined by her mother and coach, Ms. Moon Woo-young. We will also be inviting Goodwill Ambassador, Mr. Kim Eung-soo. Thank you for joining us despite your busy schedules. He actually appeared in the video for the opening of the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. A round of applause, please. We will also be inviting Dr. Kim Jae-il, president of the Dankook University Hospital. He has served as the president since 2019. Today, he will be moderating Symbiosis2 session titled Multilateral Cooperation Measures to Respond to New Infectious Diseases such as COVID-19 at the local government level. A big round of applause, please. We will be gathering the hearts of those who are joining here today from Korea, from China, Japan, and Kyrgyzstan. Next, we have with us Chairman Heo Jae-young of the Water Commission. He has served as a chairman since 2019, and currently he is also the honorary president of the Chungnam Provincial University. He is also a member of the Advisory Council for the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. We are continuing to complete the puzzle together. A big round of applause, please. Yes, with this creative performance, we are conducting our opening ceremony. Next, we would like to invite Chairman Moon Jung-in of the Sejong Institute. Chairman Moon Jung-in has participated at the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum every year to share his insights for international politics in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Yes, thank you very much for placing your piece of the puzzle. A big round of applause, please. Next, we will be inviting two members of the National Assembly. We have with us National Assemblyman Hong Moon-pyo and National Assemblyman Lee Jung-mun. They will be joining us together. We look forward to their cooperation in the National Assembly as well. National Assemblyman Hong Mun-pyo represents Hongseong and Yesan, and he has actually joined the 17th, 19th, 20th, and 21st National Assemblies. And National Assemblyman Lee Jung-mun represents the Cheonan area, and he is also the vice chairman of the Minju Party's Policy Committee. You will be placing one piece of the puzzle together. Yes, very good. Thank you very much. A big round of applause, please. Next, we will be inviting His Excellency, Her Excellency Dinara Keralova, Ambassador to Korea from Kyrgyzstan. She will be joining us for Symbiosis2 as a discussant, and she will talk to us about cooperations between our two nations in the field of infectious diseases such as COVID-19 at the local government level. Please invite Her Excellency with a big round of applause. A big round of applause for Her Excellency, please. Next, we have with us His Excellency Aiboshi Koichi, the Japanese ambassador to Korea. He has joined the Korean embassy, the Japanese embassy to Korea as the ambassador for the first time, but this is his third term at the Japanese embassy in Korea. The puzzle is about to be completed with just a few pieces remaining. A big round of applause, please. We are collaborating to complete one big puzzle. Next, His Excellency Sheng Haiming, Chinese ambassador to Korea. His Excellency Sheng Haiming has participated at last year's Pan-Yellow Sea Forum as well, and he has provided his words of congratulations for 2 years in a row. Next, Governor Hwang Sun-bong of Yesan County. We are hosting the forum here in Yesan, the hometown of apples and hot springs. Please welcome the governor with another big round of applause, please. Next, last but not least, we have with us Chairman Kim Myung-sun of the Chungnam Provincial Council. He has participated as a member of the 10th and 11th Provincial Council. We will also be inviting Governor Yang Seung-jo to join us on stage with Chairman Kim Myung-sun. He has presented to us a great keynote presentation. Please welcome him back with a big round of applause. The governor shall complete the puzzle with the last piece. A big round of applause, please. We have now completed the puzzle. So we have completed the puzzle with the last piece placed by Governor Yang Seung-jo. A big round of applause, please.
계룡산 밝은 물은 금강이 되고 흐르는 물결 속에 역사가 있네. 백제의 찬란한 문화 속에 인심도 훈훈한 충청남도. 소나무 푸른 빛은 올곧은 마을, 국화꽃 한 송이는 고고한 성품, 참매의 용맹스 대한민의 자랑스러운 덕목일세 충청남도 사랑이 넘치는 곳 행복이 가득한 곳 이곳은 살기 좋은 곳 충청남도 온정이 넘치는 곳 대한민국의 중심 충청남도 푸르른 칠갑산 자연꽃 사막 서해를 굽어보며 마음 다지네 앞서간 선조들의 본을 받아 이름도 드높다 나의 고장 우리의 터전 충청남도 사랑이 넘치는 곳 행복이 가득한 곳 이곳은 살기 좋은 곳 충청남도 온정이 넘치는 곳 대한민국의 중심 충청남도
더 행복한 충남 대한민국의 중심 충청남도 좋다
충청남도 사랑이 넘치는 곳 행복이 가득한 곳 이곳은 살기 좋은 곳 충청남도 온정이 넘치는 곳 대한민국의 중심 충청남도
네, 충남의
Yes, we have just heard the song of Chungcheongnam-do. Thank you very much. So we have completed the puzzle that shows our hope and desire for peace in the region. Let us take a commemorative photo. Please wait for a minute. Peace, prosperity, and coexistence was the theme of the puzzle. Once again, a big round of applause. The prosperous and clean future, as well as a pan-Yellow Sea region of coexistence, is what we yearned for. And for the bright future of the pan-Yellow Sea region, please put on your brightest smiles. And if there are any more assemblymen who would like to join the commemorative photo, please come up on stage. We are taking a group photo with the children of the choir. So I will count on 3. 1, 2. Let me count again. 1, 2, 3. Yes, a big round of applause. This will conclude the commemorative photo taking. I would like to ask everyone to please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Global crisis and cooperation and the future of the pan-Yellow Sea. That is the theme of this year's forum, and we just concluded our puzzle performance. We were able to express our wishes for the region with the puzzle performance. Thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. And with this, I would like to conclude the opening ceremony of the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. As we rearrange the stage, we will go straight into our special session on peace. Thank you everyone for joining us. Let us now begin the session on peace. The discussants of the session, please come up on stage. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, all of the speakers and the panel discussants, please come up on stage and take your seats. Thank you. Governor Yang Seung-jo, Chairman Moon Jong-in, Professor Kim Jun-young, President Xu Bu of the China Institute of International Studies, and Dr. Hisashi of the Institute for Far Eastern Studies, as well as Mr. Yang Ming and Mr. Okasaka Kentaro, please come up on stage to participate in the upcoming session. Thank you. We will now begin the session. I would like to ask the moderator and all of the panel discussants to please come up on stage and take your seats. Also, Dr. Hisashi, please come up on stage and take your seat. We are here at the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. We held the opening ceremony. We are a bit behind schedule, but as soon as we are ready, we will begin the special session on peace. We will soon begin our next session as soon as we are ready. The session is on peace, ways to establish Pan-Yellow Sea peace process. Because of the time constraint, I would like to ask for your understanding for swiftly carrying on with the program. And I once again ask you to please turn off your mobile phones or switch them to silent mode. This session We'll talk about the current status of the Korean Peninsula and also the roles and response of the local governments. The session will be carried out for 90 minutes. The moderator is Governor Yang Sung-jo of Chungcheongnam-do. Let us now begin the special session. Dr. Shubu is participating online. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank you. We will now begin the special session on peace and ways to establish Pan-Yellow Sea peace process. My name is Yang Sung-jo and I'm the governor of the Chungcheongnam-do. We have 6 panel discussants here today, and because we do not have a lot of time, I would like to ask you to refer to the proceedings for more information on the panel discussants. I would like to save more time for the panelists. First, we have with us Chairman Moon Jung-in of Sejong Institute. Thank you very much for joining us. And next, we have with us Professor Kim Jun-hyung of Handong University, President Xu Bu of the China Institute of International Studies. He is joining us online. Next, Yang Ming is the Seoul Bureau Chief at China Economic Net. Thank you for joining us. And next, Dr. Hirai Hisashi, invited researcher at the Institute for Far Eastern Studies at Gyeongnam University, is here with us. And also Mr. Okasaka Kentaro, the Seoul Bureau Chief at Kyoto News, is also here with us. So this concludes the introductions of the panelists. We do not have a separate speaker for this session. We'll be talking about the current status of the Korean Peninsula and the response of local governments. It will be a free discussion. I would like to ask questions to the 6 panelists, and in the end, we will go into additional discussions. Because of the time constraint, I would like to ask everyone to speak within 8 minutes. So first of all, I would like to invite Chairman Moon Jung-in of the Sejong Institute.
Well, we have 7 months left in the Moon administration's tenure. Could you share with us your assessment of the diplomatic achievements? Yes, that is quite a large question. The biggest interest of the Moon administration was the inter-Korean relations, and they are continuing to focus on whether that can be improved within the tenure. In order to achieve these goals, I think there are 3 points of interest at the moment. First, during the UN General Assembly address, the President talked about the peace treaty. Well, it does have a very political, symbolic meaning. If we declare the end of war, then we will have less hostility towards each other. And that may actually lead to confidence building between the 2 Koreas, which will then trigger talks on denuclearization. Furthermore, as we have seen in past governments, when we conduct efforts for inter-Korean relations and when the next government takes office, then it tends to start all over. But if we are able to declare the end of war along with the US and China, perhaps during the Beijing Olympics early next year, and if we could declare the end of war with 4 parties involved, then regardless of the government to take office next year, then we could perhaps look forward to continued inter-Korean relations. And so we can institutionalize peace on the Korean Peninsula through these efforts. And so that is why we are talking about the declaration of the end of war. It is not a political gesture to create better positioning for the ruling party in the next presidential election, but rather it is focusing on actually ending the war on the Korean Peninsula. And so it's a quasi-institutionalization of peace on the Korean Peninsula. So that's one point of interest. But in order to bring North Korea to the table for denuclearization or the declaration of the end of war, we also have to listen to the conditions of North Korea. Namely, it's 2. They want to make sure that there's no threat to their regime, and second, they also want to make sure that there is an elimination of U.S. hostile policies towards North Korea, which threatens the survival of the people of North Korea. And so they are looking to see the end of hostile relations. Well, the U.S. ROK joint exercises and training, it is quite a regular exercise that we conduct, but North Korea feels that it is a threat to their regime. And so we need to find solutions for that. And if we actually have deployment of strategic arms by the U.S. to South Korea, for example, having surveillance planes coming to the Korean peninsula, North Korea is very sensitive to this. From the U.S. perspective, they are sensitive to the test launch of ballistic missiles, and the U.S. may respond to these missile tests by deploying surveillance planes. But we need to find a change in this pattern. And second, we have to think about the lifting of sanctions. North Korea wishes to see the lifting of sanctions. So in Hanoi of 2018, President Trump and Chairman Kim met together. And at that time, what North Korea wanted was to lift the 5 main sanctions against North Korea that was adopted since 2016. In particular, of the 5 sanctions, they would like to see the lifting of sanctions that directly impact the economy, that impact the lives of the residents, and in return, they were willing to permanently demolish their facilities in Yeonbyeon. But President Trump was not willing to lift those sanctions. Well, currently only 2 million barrels are allowed into North Korea per year. But currently in Korea, we're actually using 2 million barrels per day. And so they want to see a reduced sanction. And also exports of textiles and coal is something they want to see so that it could help their economy. And so if the U.S. would lift a part of the sanctions, then they would see that this is a lessening of the hostile treatment towards North Korea by the U.S. The South Korean government continues to talk to North Korea to persuade them. It does not look easy. So South Korea and the U.S. needs to talk about these issues, and it seems that we can find middle ground on issues such as helping with COVID-19 in North Korea and humanitarian aid for North Korea. But concerning sanctions or the lifting of sanctions, it seems that it's very difficult to find middle grounds between the U.S. and South Korea. But from the perspective of North Korea, they need to see the lifting of sanctions in order to move forward. The third point of interest is as follows. Last January 7th, President Moon talked about global health as well as economic cooperation between the two Koreas. And for the economic cooperation, he talked about the reconnection of the railway as well as the tourist project in Mount Kumgang. The Korean companies that have facilities in the Kaesong Industrial Park are suffering because for the last 10 years, they have not been able to take care of their plants and facilities in Kaesong, and they wish to go there in order to check out their facilities. Concerning this, if the U.S. would be more cooperative in enabling inter-Korean economic cooperation, that really is the wish of the current Moon administration. On May 21st, President Moon and President Biden met in Washington, D.C., and they actually adopted a joint statement. And President Biden mentioned that he supports dialogue between the two Koreas and that he supports cooperation between the two Koreas. And so that is why South Korea would like to move forward on this front. This is all related to the commitment of South Korea, but the Moon administration has only 6 months left in its tenure. And so will this be possible in just half a year? The reason why the Moon administration is moving in this direction is so that we can see the resumption of dialogue between the US and DPRK so that it could have a positive impact on the declaration of the end of war on the Korean Peninsula. I believe that the US-ROK relations are great. Although there are slight differences in the perspective towards North Korea, it seems that consultations are going very well between the US and ROK. Well, National Assemblyman Hong mentioned that the ties between Korea and the US are not as good as it used to be in the past. Of course, there are issues between our two nations, as is with all other countries. We also have the issue with China. But we have not been asked to participate in the Quad, but it seems that we are able to participate in any forms of alliance. But if this security alliance would exclude certain countries such as China, North Korea, and Russia, we would have to rethink our participation. Concerning the Indo-Pacific strategy, well, currently South Korea is a part of Northeast Asia. We are not directly connected to the Indian Ocean. The Indo-Pacific strategy is a U.S. strategy. And so do we need to officially use that wording? Do we need to officially support those strategies? That is something that we are currently waiting and seeing to see further developments. And so I believe that consultations are very smooth between the US and ROK. So in a nutshell, it seems that we are almost at the end of the 5-year term for the Moon administration, and the hope that we had in 2018 seems that it has died out at the moment, but we have 6 months to go. We have to wait and see how much breakthroughs the Moon administration can make for the inter-Korean relations so that he is able to lessen the burden on the next administration. Concerning our relations with Japan, well, we do not have the Japanese ambassador here with us at the moment, and we will be listening to Japanese speakers at this panel. The current administration is making efforts to improve ties with Japan, but the Moon administration has a two-track approach. For example, concerning denuclearization of North Korea, concerning the relations with China, we have active relations with the US and also with Japan, but the historical issues cannot be solved at the summit level. We need to be able to solve the deep-rooted pain within the Korean public, and we also need the acceptance of the actual victims. They need to be able to accept the relations between the two countries, and so the historical issues cannot be solved at once through summit-level dialogue. So we will need time. And that is why we have a two-track approach for the relations with Japan, which is not the perspective of Japan. Well, it seems that when we talk about comfort women or forced labor from the Korean side, Japan seems that they believe that Koreans are trying to use this politically. And so there is this gap in the perspectives between Japan and Korea. Well, we are seeing the Glasgow meeting soon, and there will be the G20 meeting in Rome. And I believe that there is possibly a meeting between the two heads of states between Korea and Japan. Of course, the relations with Japan cannot be solved overnight. We need to be very patient in finding solutions, and that is the perspective of the Moon administration. I gave you just an overview because the question posed by the governor is very high level. Thank you very much. Well, Chairman Moon, you did give us an overview, but it was very insightful. Thank you for sharing with us your perspective on the declaration of the end of war and also your perspective on the US-ROK and Japan-ROK relations. Thank you for your precious opinions. A round of applause, please.
Next, I would like to invite President Shibu of the China Institute of International Studies. In the past, as a representative of China, you participated in the six-party talks for the peace in the region. What do you think is a way to resume multilateral talks? What would be the strategy to resume multilateral talks? Yes. First, I would like to congratulate the hosting of the 7th Pan-Yellow-Sea Forum, and I thank the organizers for inviting me. In particular, I would like to thank Governor Yang Seung-jo of Chungcheongnam-do. The Pan-Yellow-Sea Forum is showing greater influence as the years go by for the prosperity and peace and coexistence. The forum is playing a greater role increasingly. Chairman Moon Jong-in just spoke, and I listened attentively. Currently, if you look, in order to understand the current status in the region, we have to look at the current status from a global perspective, because the peace and coexistence of this region has to be linked with the peace and coexistence and prosperity of the overall global community. So at present, if you look at the challenges that we are faced with, you will know that there are many. Overall, there are a number of them. First of all, there is a traditional security and the non-traditional security threats. And these threats are increasing as the global situation is unstable and there is greater uncertainty. Around the world, the governance system is weakening, and because of that, and on top of that, we have the COVID-19 pandemic. And so the people around the world are exposed with various challenges at such a time. We have to join hands and work together to deal with these challenges. However, the global community, in some sense, have not been able to come together, but they are scattering. And also, the economic growth is also faced with challenges. The global economy, since World War II, is in the most serious state. It is weakening the most since World War II. And if you look at the trade balance, you can see it's weakening as well. All of the supply chains and etc. are faced with difficulties at the same time. Also, there has been forces of anti-globalization, which has greatly influenced the global order. For example, protectionism and nationalism are widespread currently. And also, we can see that there is exclusive multilateralism. So this is not true multilateralism. Exclusive multilateralism is being exerted, is actually posing a challenge to multilateralism, which is centered around the UN. And so such exclusive multilateralism has become a true threat for global collaboration. Quad and trilateral or seven-party collaboration, these types of multilateralism, I think, can be coined or characterized as exclusive multilateralism that does not help a global collaboration. Rather, it hurts global communication. And so I believe that those in the Pan-Yellow Sea will have to respect one another and go towards coexistence. And we have to realize true multilateralism based on mutual respect. The countries within the Pan-Yellow Sea region will have to join hands and cooperate. And when they do so, then we will be able to enjoy true peace and prosperity and coexistence. In terms of the current status of the Korean Peninsula and inter-Korean relations, I would like to say that at present, The peace on the Korean Peninsula is faced with challenges, and in order to overcome these challenges and difficulties, we need to find a way out. And I think that there has to be efforts on 4 fronts. First of all, the U.S. will have to give up its anti-policies towards, or hostile policies towards North Korea. Such hostile policies towards North Korea by the U.S. has undermined peace on the Korean Peninsula. Former President Trump had held talks with the leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un, but looking back, we can see that Trump had not held such talks with true sincerity. Trump just used such dialogue as a card for himself to accumulate political asset for his own advantage. And that is why I say that unless the United States moderates and gives up its hostile policy towards North Korea, denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula and peace on the Korean Peninsula will not have much hope. And number 2, when it comes to the 2 Koreas, the 2 Koreas must have patience and show goodwill towards one another. There has to be consistent and continuous goodwill expressed towards one another. Patience is required. Continuous friendly attitude must be shown towards one another, because only then will trust be built. Without trust, unless there is a trust-based relationship, it will be difficult to enjoy progress in the bilateral ties between the 2 Koreas. And number 3, when it comes to economic development, there has to be sincere cooperation. Whether it's the past or the present, North Korea has hoped for, has desired for economic cooperation with countries in this region. Through such cooperation, North Korea has desired to improve the lives of its people and its economy. For several years, South Korea has, on numerous occasions, has attempted economic exchanges with North Korea, but because of different factors, such exchanges was difficult to carry on, and some cooperation could not continue, and that made it difficult to build trust. So, when it comes to the economy, you need continuous, sincere cooperation so that we can build trust between the 2 Koreas. And such a trust-based relationship is when the 2 Koreas will be able to engage in true exchanges, and that in turn will strengthen the trust-based relationship, which I believe is very important. Number 4, as it was mentioned by Chairman Moon Jung-in, the peace process institutionalization is something that I would also like to touch upon. Perpetual peace and declaring the end of war, I believe, is very important. The related countries will have to engage in in-depth discussions and make vast efforts to achieve this. I think it is a very important task. The declaration of the end of war and a perpetual peace deal will have to be established in order to ensure the peace in this region. And Most recently, it was actually on October 12th, the leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un, had stated that the main enemy of North Korea is war, not South Korea or United States or any other particular country. And he said that strengthening its military powers is not aimed at South Korea. He said that the repeating of history of the same nation fighting against one another is not desired. And I think that his words actually sends out a positive sign. The two Koreas recently has been showing interaction or signs of interaction. I do hope that the two Koreas will continue to make efforts so that such positive signs can lead to positive developments. And so I hope that a trust-based relationship can be built further so that friendly ties can continue on the Korean Peninsula, which will open the doors for establishing perpetual peace. And I do hope that such efforts will lead to substantial results. That's the end of my answer. Thank you very much.
우리 한반도
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Shubu. He talked about how we should look at the region and the Korean Peninsula from a global perspective. He talked about the traditional security and the non-traditional security risks. And he talked about how the rise of nationalism and protectionism is hampering our prospects for co-prosperity and coexistence. And also he talked about exclusive multilateralism, and he touched about 4 points that we have to work on. For example, the U.S. giving up on its hostile policy towards North Korea, and also how the two Koreas have to continuously make efforts and build a trust-based relationship. He also talked about the peace process institutionalization and also the need for a declaration of the end of war. Thank you very much.
Next, we would like to pose the third question to Dr. Hirai Hisashi, who is a researcher for the Far East Asia Research Institute at Gyeongnam University. So we have the new Prime Minister in Japan. What is his policy for peace in the Pan-Yellow Sea? Well, I don't think he has talked about his diplomatic policies in detail yet, so it is difficult to answer this question. He is known to be quite liberal, but the foundation of his government is based on Abe, and so it may be difficult to display his true colors. I think it may take more time. Having said that, I would have liked to mention this. I have prepared a map to share. Well, it is related to the diplomatic policies of the new Prime Minister. So this is a map that I am sharing with you. This is a map that is called the upside-down map created by the Kokuya province of Japan. This map well portrays the Pan-Yellow Sea region. If you take a look at this map, you can see the East Sea, or the Sea of Japan, and you can see that this East Sea is like the Mediterranean of Asia. So Japan is like the UK, and the Korean Peninsula is like Denmark. And if we take a look at this map, we can change our thoughts. If you take a look at this map, the wind always blows from the bottom to the top, which means that whether it be climate change or global warming, it has no borders when it comes to China, Japan, or Korea. And this actually coincides with the concept of Pan-Yellow Sea and East Sea. The Korean Peninsula actually is adjacent to both the Pan-Yellow Sea region and the Pan-East Sea region. From the perspective of Japan, its main economic relations was across the Pacific with the US. And so we did not have developed economic situations in the Sea of Japan side. But if we can facilitate the development of the Pan-East Sea region, this can actually propel the growth of Japan. And from the perspective of the Pan-Yellow Sea region, we actually focus on the area of Kuzu, Okinawa, because those are the areas that are included in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. And so, we believe that Japan is also a part of the Pan-Yellow Sea region as well as the Pan-East Sea region, because in the eastern part of Japan, this may be irrelevant, but in the southern and the western part of Japan, they are included in these two regions. Can we show the second and third map together? Well, this is the second map, and this is the third map. So this is a larger view of Northeast Asia, but it is upside down. And if you take a look at Northeast Asia upside down, currently there are confrontations between the US and China, and there are issues with the Taiwanese Strait and South China Sea. And when there are issues in those regions, how will it impact Northeast Asia? This map shows us the impact. It seems that if the US would use military means to respond to these conflicts, then it would be through the US forces in Korea and the US forces in Japan. And in Japan, the most important base is Okinawa. Okinawa only takes up 1% of the total Japanese territory, but 70% of the US forces bases in Japan is located in Okinawa. And the region of Okinawa is a part of the Pan-Yellow Sea region. And if there are US-China conflicts, then we believe that the core of US operations will be from Okinawa, and US forces in Korea will not be an exception. I should have mentioned this earlier. Within the Pan-Yellow Sea region, if we are thinking about peace and prosperity, we need inter-Korean cooperation. We believe that because there is no technical end-of-war declaration between the two Koreas, in order to create a Pan-Yellow Sea community, we inevitably need a stable relations between the two Koreas. And so if we take a look at this map to think about these relations, I think it would be great to utilize these upside-down maps for school education as well, so that we can have a new perspective of geopolitics. We are here in Chungcheongnam-do province, and I want to think about what local economies can do for the Pan-Yellow Sea region. And we always thought of sister cities. Sister cities developed through bilateral relations up until now, but we don't have a lot of trilateral relations, including Korea, China, and Japan, outside the Greater Seoul area. Well, for example, if Chungnam province would have a relationship with a Chinese city, and if Kumamoto has a relations with the same city in China, then I believe that local governments could also move beyond bilateral relations, but create trilateral relations, which would create a grassroots networking amongst our three nations. And I believe that this would actually lead networking not from the government level, but from the grassroots level, which would be very helpful. I always talk to Koreans about Dokdo, And let's say Koreans always say that Dokdo is Koreans' territory. And if they can find two Japanese friends that they can persuade, then that actually can initiate the changes in thoughts. And so I believe that grassroots exchanges would be important, especially when nationalism is on the rise. So grassroots exchanges and cooperation, mutual understanding among citizens is more important than ever before. So we need to go beyond the bilateral relations of sister cities, but expand that to trilateral relations and beyond between local governments. And so the new government, which took office in Japan, I hope will take this into consideration. I used to work in Hiroshima in the past, and I worked with the father of the current prime minister. And I believe that he is a liberalist at heart. And I do hope that he can show his true colors sooner than later. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Hiroshi Hisashi. Yes, looking at this upside down map actually gives us an opportunity to think upside down. And you also mentioned that the relations between local governments should go beyond bilateral relations to expand that to trilateral relations and beyond. I do hope that Chungnam province can lead the way for trilateral relations between Korea, China, and Japan, because we do have sister cities in China and also in Japan. And we could also include Russia, because we also have networking with Russian provinces or cities. So maybe we can go to a quadrilateral relations. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you once again. And now I would like to invite Mr. Yang Myung, who is the Seoul Bureau Chief of the China Economic Net. Now, next year there is the Beijing Winter Olympics that will be held. And in order for that event to become an event for promoting peace, what do you think will be the role that China will have to play? Yes, thank you, Governor, for the question. I will do my best to answer this question. First of all, the Olympics is being hosted by Beijing, and I think that as a country, hosting the Olympics is a sign of a country becoming an advanced country. If you look throughout the history of the Olympics, there's the Summer Olympics and the Winter Olympics, Russia, Germany, and the United States. Only these small number of countries have hosted both the Summer and the Winter Olympics. And in Asia, Japan and Korea hosted the Summer and Winter Olympics. When Beijing hosts the Winter Olympics, China also will have hosted both the Summer and Winter Olympics. And so these three countries in the Pan-Yellow Sea region, having hosted both the Summer and Winter Olympics, actually is an honor for us. This is indeed a festival for peace. And during the Olympics, the UN has declared for the suspension of war throughout the globe during this period. And so the spirit of peace of the Olympics, I think, is also in line with China's policy and ideology for promoting peace in the world. Yesterday, President Xi Jinping of China celebrated the 50th anniversary of recovering its status. And the UN said that China will continue to promote peace and also will play a constructive role for promoting peace in the world. The Republic of China is a nation that loves peace, and the people of China understands the importance of the value of peace. Today, China is one of the permanent members of the Security Council of the UN, and it also contributes the greatest in terms of the peacekeeping forces. It is a country that protects peace and safeguards peace. China is one of the countries located in the Pan-Yellow Sea region, and so the peace of this region is in line with the interest of China. And that is why China will play a role in promoting peace in the region. In particular, China and Korea, Korea is a divided nation. And when we talk about division, well, division has brought about great pain on the Korean Peninsula, and the Korean people, I know, have a desire for unification to end the division. And the Chinese people understand this very well. The peace and the stability of the Korean Peninsula is not only important for the two Koreas, but it's also important for China as well. China, when it comes to the peace and stability of the Korean Peninsula, well, China is playing a role. It's working towards this as well, and it's working towards denuclearization. It's supporting this by trying to help with dialogue on this topic. And Kim Yo-jong, who is in charge of South Korean affairs in North Korea, has spoke publicly on numerous occasions, and she talked about the possibility of inter-Korean talks. China also hopes for another inter-Korean dialogue to take place. At present, China, we believe that the U.S., South Korea, North Korea, the surrounding neighboring nations should work together to ease the tension on the Korean Peninsula. When it comes to inter-Korean relations, this inter-Korean relationship is very important for the status on the Korean Peninsula. It's a barometer that shows the status of the region. China will play its role to help promote and support stability in this region. If you look throughout the history of the Olympics, you can see that many political camps or zones have shown confrontation. For example, in 1985, during the Moscow Olympics, also you could see that there was a confrontation between the West and there was a boycott by the Western countries. Likewise, during the German Olympics, there was the confrontation between the socialist countries and the capitalist countries. And also it was the same during the LA Olympics. And also, if you look at the Beijing Winter Olympics, well, then human rights issues, national policy, and the issues surrounding Hong Kong has been used as reason for boycotting the Beijing Olympics. But I think that this is not the mainstream voice or the opinion of countries that love peace. I believe that the Beijing Olympics will be hosted successfully, and with the global community, I believe that the Olympics will help us overcome the COVID-19 pandemic. As the hosting country, along with Korea, Japan, and North Korea, well, we invite all of these countries to come participate in the Beijing Olympics. The two Koreas, during the opening ceremony or the closing ceremony, they may want to enter together, or they may want to participate together as a single team. If so, then China will welcome such a position of the two Koreas. Kim Yo-jong and Kim Yong-nam of North Korea had led the North Korean team during the Pyeongchang Olympics, and so the Pyeongchang Olympics was regarded as a festival for the Korean nation and the international community, and it played a catalyst for easing tensions on the Korean Peninsula. I do hope that Beijing Olympics will also play a role in easing such tensions and improving ties between the two Koreas, and I do hope that it will lead to major events such as inter-Korean dialogue. Thank you. China will try to play its role and do its utmost. Yes, thank you very much for your words. So it was mentioned that through the Winter Olympics, he hopes that there can be progress made between the two Koreas in terms of their bilateral relations, and he said that China will support this actively. Thank you very much.
Next, we would like to invite Mr. Okasaka Kentaro, the Seoul Bureau Chief of the Kyoto News. Just like Korea, in Japan, there is heightened burden on national security and economic relations because of conflicts within the Pan-Yellow Sea area. Thank you for your question. I participated in this forum last year as well. At that time, we talked about the escalation of arms within Northeast Asia, and the session was moderated by Chairman Moon Jung-in. As you're well aware, the situation, rather than improving, has actually been aggravated. We have the general elections at the end of this month in Japan, with the launch of the SLMB by North Korea. There is issue such as whether Japan can attack the missile launch facilities of those that attack Japan. Well, it seems that in Korea, we also see escalation of these issues. SLBM was successful in North Korea last month, and China is very sensitive to the SLBM launched by North Korea. It also seems that nuclear submarines of China and Russia has gone through the strait in Japan, which makes them able to actually go completely around the island of Japan. Well, concerning the building of military capabilities, Japan continues to talk about the increase in defense budget in Japan and Korea. North Korea has also pointed out that there is an increase in defense budget by the Moon administration that is going beyond the level of the Lee administration and the Park administration of the past. Concerning solutions to COVID-19 and climate change, we do need cooperation between neighboring countries, but despite so, within the Pan-Yellow Sea region, it seems that distrust is deepening. In order to change this vicious cycle to a virtuous cycle of confidence building, what are some of the measures envisioned by Japan? Well, I had the opportunity to see that with the inauguration of the new Prime Minister of Japan, who is from Hiroshima, which has been bombed by nuclear weapons during World War II, he does have deep thoughts about the nuclear issue. Nagasaki is located in Kyushu, which is another area that has been bombed during World War II with nuclear weapons. And there are 2 military bases of the U.S. in Okinawa. If North Korea were to launch nuclear weapons, then surveillance planes would take off from Okinawa to come to the Korean peninsula. Japan and Korea are adjacent to China and North Korea, and we are under the U.S. nuclear umbrella. Well, Chairman Kim says that nuclear weapons is for the protection of its country, and the Prime Minister of Japan also talks about the nuclear issue in length in one of his books. And during his time as a foreign minister, he also created an advisory council that discusses nuclear programs. And there was a chapter concerning the emergency situation that can happen on the Korean peninsula. It seems that direct negotiations between Japan and North Korea is necessary, but at the same time, we need to be conscious of our relations with Korea. If we see an aggravation of relations in this region, it would be very difficult to protect the residents of Japan in contingencies. And so, Japan believes that rebuilding relations with South Korea is very important in order to protect ourselves against North Korea. Well, from the South Korean perspective, you may not feel like Japan is a direct party because we are not on the Korean peninsula. But Japan was within the range of the nuclear weapons of North Korea, and so we are a direct party. We are ready to talk with North Korea, and so I believe that Japan should be a very active player in peace and denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula. The Prime Minister of Japan is willing to sit at the table with Chairman Kim without any conditions. And so I believe that this should not remain as a rhetoric, but we should work to become a proactive member of this dynamics. And I look forward to the new president of Korea to take office next spring to have dialogue with the Prime Minister of Japan so that we can constructively discuss denuclearization and arms control in our region. In New York, I participated in the NPT evaluation forum that takes place every 5 years. And it seems that under the NTP, nuclear states has a responsibility to reduce nuclear weapons. Well, Japan and Korea are under the U.S. nuclear umbrella, but the non-nuclear states believe that the nuclear states must abide by their responsibilities described within the NPT. Of course, we also need to enable non-nuclear states to also participate as observers. And we also need to have track 2 cooperation so that we can all work towards the denuclearization of the world. And that could actually lead the way for a peaceful world through cooperation between South Korea and Japan. Well, it seems that in the South Pacific, we do have examples of treaties being signed to comprehensively prohibit the testing and development of nuclear weapons so that it could protect the countries within the region from nuclear weapons. And that could actually be done in this region. And within the regime, we could also think about guaranteeing the regime of North Korea has an incentive for denuclearization. Well, I believe that the countries in this region should work together for denuclearization in order to reduce tension in this area. The Chungcheongnam-do province has I don't know if you have a sister relations with Nagasaki, but within Nagasaki we have a think tank, and I'm sure the governor also has thoughts on having networking with Nagasaki. And maybe we can invite the governor of Nagasaki to speak at one of the Pan-Yellow Sea forums. Thank you for your attention. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much for your remarks. Within the Pan-Yellow Sea area, I can see that you are concerned about escalation of arms and the issue of distrust. The new Prime Minister of Japan, he is from Hiroshima, so he may have a new perspective. That is something that we can really relate to. Next year, on March 9th, we will elect a new president, and the new president will take office in May. We look forward to the new president finding new ways for improving relations with Japan.
Last but not least, I would like to ask a question to Professor Kim Junyoung of Handong University. You gave a special lecture recently. I thank you for that. Now, we will have a new government in Korea next year. And what do you think is the most urgent foreign affairs and diplomacy task for the new incoming government? Yes, thank you for inviting me. The Moon Jae-in administration, after it was launched, well, I played the role of an advisor, and I also served as the head of the Diplomatic Academy of Korea. So I think maybe that is why you asked me this question. And Professor Moon Jong-in talked about the Moon Jae-in administration. He evaluated the administration. The signature policy of the Moon administration, I think, is the Korean Peninsula peace process. I think it's very significant. Now, in English, it's KPPP, the Korean Peninsula Peace Process. And I was writing the acronyms, and something came to my mind. Nowadays, we talk about K quarantine, K culture, K bio, K semiconductors. So, KPPP, I think the P's stand for the three P's that the Moon Jae-in administration stands for: peace, prosperity, and people. So peace, prosperity, and people. Peace for the people. I think that the last part is very important. So many people pointed this out before me, but nowadays, if you look at the global community, you will find that geopolitics is rising again. It's becoming more important, and nationalism is on the rise again as well. This year marks the 30th anniversary of us escaping from a Cold War. So Soviet Union collapsed, and the post-Cold War era came into place, and we celebrate that this year. The 30th anniversary is what we celebrate. The global community is super connected, and cooperation and the global community had been promoted, and we call that age, that era, an era of globalization. But most recently, we can see the world is going in the opposite direction, as if the Cold War is returning. I do not agree to the concept of a neo-Cold War era rising, but we can see that nationalism is spreading around the world. In particular, I believe that, of course, we could see some glimpses of this before, but I think that perhaps President Trump had accelerated this trend. In 2021, when the Biden administration came to power, well, I think that the potential of going back to the time of global cooperation had appeared before our eyes, but those who support Trump's policy of nationalism is at odds with those who support global collaboration. And even the Biden administration, I think, is still captured in the frame of the US China competition. And when considering the next election, I think that the US can't really stand away from this kind of a position. So having said that, the Moon Jae-in administration, as Korea is surrounded by the four major powers, and then there is North Korea, but nevertheless, the Moon Jae-in administration called out for peace, and it also called for cooperation. And the many leaders, well, they showed a tendency of being a strong man, and some countries showed a tendency of nationalism, but Moon Jae did not. Moon Jae administration consistently pursued peace for the people and prosperity, and I think that personally it would have been more convenient for him to go towards nationalism, but he took a long-term perspective. He really thought about what is in the national interest of South Korea. And so he tried to move away from a arms build-up race, and he tried to take the direction for benefiting the future generation. Then I think, what is the task of the incoming administration? I think it's natural. The next administration has to carry on the KPPP. In particular, I think that nationalism, exclusivism, and also the competition between or strategic positions held by both the US and China, when considering all these factors. And we saw the map shown by my previous speaker. I should have brought a map myself, but I think that you can really draw a map in your mind. The US and China is competing against each other when it comes to the system and technology and the exchange rate, for example. But when it comes to the physical aspects and geopolitical aspects, I think that there is a barrier or a line when it comes to the competition. There are 4 points. There is a Korean Peninsula, there is the East China Sea, there is Taiwan Straits, and then below that is the South China Sea. And if you draw a line and connect the dots and draw a line, then this line is where there are clashes between the US and China. I'm sure that there will be no military clash, and that's thankful. But I think that there still will be confrontation, and there might be partial clashes. Many people say that the Taiwan Straits is a dangerous area. I do agree, but I think that when something happens in the Taiwan Straits, and that will be a very serious issue. Before that, the Korean Peninsula, which is divided, can be the center of the strategic approaches of China and the United States. China, when it comes to trade relations and economic relations, is very important for Korea. And also, it has a very important strategic relationship with Korea. Of course, we were hit by the pandemic, but nevertheless, there were a lot of human exchanges still. But when it comes to the security issue, we go back to the past as if we're back in the Cold War era. That's an irony. Now, we have moved away from the Cold War era, but we're still divided. And perhaps as the result of this division, that we fall into the situation again. Once again, I do not believe in the concept of a neo-Cold War era, but Korea does not have the national power to control China nor the US. And so, for the Korean Peninsula not to become a victim of the competition between the US and China, I think will have to lower its value strategically. What this means is that the two Koreas have to peacefully coexist, and then it will be less useful when it comes to the competition between the US and China. And also, when we think about the destiny and the fate of the Korean nation, the peaceful coexistence and the peace process of the Korean Peninsula is something that is essential. Also, this was mentioned before me, but when it comes to the competition between China and the US, we have to think about multilateralism. And it was mentioned that there is exclusive competition, multilateralism. I do agree. Now, when we think about the crossovers, well, we have to have the US side be included in some of these mechanisms, and China as well. So I think that China also has some defensive mechanisms as well. Korea, Japan, Europe, the EU, these countries I think can make a third zone. And I think that we can play a role of a cushioning role. And so when there is a vacuum in leadership, then many countries in Asia or in Latin America, well, you can see that a lot of the international organizations are now not that active. This is because of the pandemic, but at the same time, I think that we are experiencing an era of G0, and we can no longer continue with this. So the countries that are not included in the G2, and these would include Korea, France, Germany, it could be ASEAN countries, for example, they can participate. There can be Canada participating. I think that these countries should join together and create a third zone so that they can actually moderate the confrontations between China and the United States and reduce the pressures and play a more active role so that there can be multiple collective leadership. And last but not least, in the Pan-Yellow Sea region, I think this is a region that China should actively utilize. Korea and the United States should also actively utilize this. That will be a genuine multilateralism. I talked about the 3 Ps: peace, prosperity, and people. And I think that this region can truly become the hub and the center of the 3 Ps. As it was mentioned, I think that we really have to have the people be connected because they can lead the connection among countries. In order for political systems to continue on, you have to have the agreement and the understanding of the people. So people are at the center of peace and prosperity. And that is the type of era that I dream of. If I play a role of an advisor in the incoming government, then that would be what I advise. Thank you. Yes. So, Professor Kim Jun-young, thank you very much. Now, he talked about the greatest challenge or the task for the incoming government. He said that the KPPP must continue. And he talked about how the countries that are not part of the G2 should actually create a cushioning zone to moderate the competition between China and the United States. Thank you very much. So we heard from the 6 panelists.
Thank you very much to our 6 panelists once again. We did have a time constraint on all of the panelists, so if there is anything else that you would like to add to your statement, or if you have any questions or opinions concerning the statement of other panelists, we would like to give you another round. Chairman Moon, well, Governor Yang, in his keynote presentation, talked about disease control measures, low birth rates and aging society, and how we need local cooperation for these issues. Well, Dr. Hirai showed us a upside-down map, and we can see from that map that there's a connection from Okinawa to Taiwan. And if we connect all of that, it looks kind of like the Mediterranean. And inside the Mediterranean region of Asia, there are many areas of conflict. For example, the Strait of Taiwan, and also in the South China Sea and the East China Sea, we have conflicts. And the West Sea is also not a safe ocean. In particular, there is competition between China and the US. And so the military forces between China, the US, and Korea could become tangled up in the West Sea. And the West Sea, including the area where the West Sea meets the Han River, is an area that could be open to conflicts. So the Pan-Yellow Sea region was a central area for cultural exchanges during the last 2,000 years as the center of prosperity. But if we take a look at the current situation, the West Sea connecting the 2 Koreas, and also the West Sea connecting China and Korea, the South China Sea, and the East Sea connecting Korea with Japan are all vulnerable to conflicts at the moment. So given the situation, how can we have a peace process in the Pan-Yellow Sea region? Well, we need to first start with reducing tensions and building confidence. We also need to start by changing the current quasi-war situation to an end-of-war situation through the peace process. So just like Governor Yang has mentioned, and just like Dr. Hirai has mentioned, we need to have active exchanges from the local government level and the grassroots level for tangible cooperation. And we need to see that they have tangible results. For example, having tangible results for marine pollution. Governor Yang continued to emphasize that in the low birth rate and aging society, we need collaboration because this is not an issue that is limited to Korea. It's an issue that is faced by Japan and China as well. And so we need to find new insights and ideas for these issues in the Pan-Yellow Sea region for solutions that can be shared across the region. And this Pan-Yellow Sea Forum hopefully will become a platform to create ideas, to share ideas, so that we can create peace processes in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. So that should be the role of this forum. So in conclusion, the Pan-Yellow Sea region is not limited to the abstract concept, the imaginary concept of Pan-Yellow Sea region, because that looks very peaceful through symbiosis and prosperity. But we need to think about this region from the perspective of the US-China conflicts which means that it could become a new area of conflicts. This is something that the citizens of the province and the citizen of South Korea should actually be well aware of. Because when conflicts do arise, the biggest impact will be on the province of Chungnam. And so that is why we need to make sure that we have institutions in place to facilitate the peace process in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Thank you very much, Chairman Moon, for your precious opinions. Yes, you can start. Chairman Shi?
Yes, if I may add on a few words, the local governments within the Pan-Yellow Sea region must further cooperate. I think that this is very important. The local governments, when it comes to the peace and prosperity and coexistence in the region, well, they can play a very important role. So, as it was mentioned by Chairman Moon Jung-in and also Professor Kim Jun-hyung, I agree with what they had just said. The relevant local governments, while there can be exchanges in the fields of trade, economy, and also human exchanges, and also when it comes to protecting the maritime environment, further collaboration is required. The local governments should participate actively, and only when they do so, we will be able to continuously accumulate mutual trust and build upon our friendship, and the region's peace, prosperity, and coexistence can be safeguarded. We must avoid the mindsets of the past Cold War era. If not, for example, dictatorship, if not, cooperation will be difficult. We must take note of the fact that some of the countries that are not part of this region continue to engage in zero-sum games and a mentality that was part of the Cold War era. We should take note and be wary of the fact that there are countries outside of this region that still think in that way. That is why I believe that Chungcheongnam-do and also China and Japan's local governments must work further closely together and promote exchanges so that we can further promote our sister relationships and also our friendly ties so that we can advance together in the post-COVID era. Yes, thank you very much, President Shubu.
Well, thank you very much to Chairman Moon and Dr. Shi for your remarks concerning strengthening collaboration amongst local governments. That's what we will do at our province as well. Anyone else? Well, I would like to add concerning the Korea-Japan relations. It is very difficult. It is at its worst at the moment. Well, I would like to ask the next government of Korea to think about the aggravation of the relations between the two countries. I don't think anyone feels responsible for it. There is no one in charge of Japanese affairs at the Blue House. There is no one being held responsible for the aggravation of relations between Korea and Japan. They are leaving it up to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I think we need to have a dedicated person within the Blue House. I look forward to having a dedicated person in charge of the relations between Japan and South Korea in the next government. As I was living in Korea, I learned the expression that those who start should be the one who finishes. So you should not leave it up to the next administration, especially concerning the forced labor issue and other relevant issues. This issue was opened by the Moon administration. And for example, the export ban of Japan, I believe it's the fault of the Japanese government to use that is as retaliation for the historical issues. But the retaliation by South Korea after that was also a decision by the current administration. So I believe that that issue should be solved by the current administration. So President Moon, that is why from early this year, he has mentioned that liquidating the Japanese assets that was decided by the Supreme Court is not the best decision. And so I hope that this issue will be solved by the current administration so that it will not be a burden on the next administration. So that is my thought, and that is the hope that I have as a Japanese person living in Korea. Well, concerning this,
well, if I may respond, it's not like there were no one in charge, and Prime Minister Moon Jae-in was quite interested in this matter, and Prime Minister Lee Na-kyun, when Mr. Lee Na-kyun was the Prime Minister, actually took control. But the thing is that the agreement was an agreement between the governments without considering the views of the individuals, the victims. And so that was the core point of this matter. And also liquidating and monetizing on the assets, well, Mitsubishi and the Neo Japan Steel Company. Well, I think that if there was no lawsuit, if they did not participate in the lawsuit, then this would not have been a diplomatic issue. But they did participate, and they won in the second ruling. But then in the end, in the final ruling, well, there was a ruling saying that the Japanese companies lost the lawsuit. And so, since there was a ruling, then there should be the compensation provided, and then the governments can take the initiative and talk about the relevant matters. But as soon as the ruling came out, Prime Minister Abe said that there should be no compensation, and then the Japanese companies followed suit. So there were these realistic matters and challenges, and then the Japanese broadcasting system, the TBS, I understand, during a golden time, held a discussion on this topic. But in Japan, it seems that there is this perception that President Moon Jae-in is anti-Japan, anti-United States. It's pro-North Korean, and that it's trying to utilize the comfort woman issue and politicize it for domestic political reasons. That was what was mentioned during the discussion, but that is not so. I worked as a special advisor to the president, and the president had phone calls 11 times, and there were 4 direct face-to-face meetings with Prime Minister Abe. There were mass efforts carried out by President Moon Jae-in, but Prime Minister Abe's position was that South Korean government should take care of the comfort women issue and also the forced labor issue. If not, you are violating the treaty that was reached back in 1965. So that was a position shown by the Prime Minister of Japan, and so that left no room for maneuver for the Korean side. This was a personal matter of interest for the president. That's why he initiated this issue. And also the head of the National Intelligence Service, Director Seo Hoon, he was not sent to the U.S. He was sent to Japan twice to talk about this issue, to explain about Korea's position. the Japanese side, I think, should also show a more flexible position. And also, 2 years ago in July, on 3 items, there was an export restriction by Japan, as it was mentioned by Mr. Hirai. Well, this was because of historical issues. Now, on the surface, it's because there is a lack of trust or reliability on the Korean side. But actually, if you lift these sanctions and prohibitions, then the Korean side can also lift our restrictions, or we can show greater flexibility. And these are not my personal views or subjective views, but these are objective issues. So I think that we should gather together and we should have a unified position on these matters. But the thing is that most recently this has been approached in this manner. I understand that there could be an issue with this, but what I would like to say is that there should have been more flexibility on the Japanese side, if so, and also if there was some face saving for the other country, more and more consideration for the other side, then the results would have been better. So going into the future, I think that we have to place ourselves in the other country's position. If you don't have a solution, we will not meet you. This kind of attitude, I think, is not appropriate because we are not a colonized nation. We are a major country as well. And so I think that basically Japan should also think about a solution, and then Japan and Korea should exchange views and find a common way forward. I think that that would have been a better approach. Japan is saying that if you want to meet the prime minister, if you want to meet the minister of foreign affairs, and Korea should bring a solution. I think that this is not the appropriate way to go. So I ask for your understanding on this. Yes, Chairman, thank you very much. I do believe that that was a suffice answer.
Are there any other panelists who would like to make a remark? May we close the session at this point in time? Thank you very much. We are quite a bit behind schedule, and so it seems that although people want to speak up, they are limiting their speech because of the time limit. Let me now close the session. As you're well aware, the whole world is at a transition point. We are faced with poverty, famine, crime, terrorism, infectious diseases, coupled with social issues such as polarization and climate change and other environmental issues. So we have challenges facing us on all fronts. We wish to go beyond these challenges to create a sustainable order in the international society. And I don't believe that any one country can solve this problem alone. I believe that the Pan-Yellow Sea region has the capabilities to move forward with these issues. History shows that we can turn crisis into opportunity. If we think about collaboration, then we can move forward. Through a multilateral network, we believe that the Pan-Yellow Sea region can become a global hub for peace. We can create peace and co-prosperity for a better future for all. That is the value of peace being envisioned by the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. I look forward to taking the first giant leap forward together. I would like to pay my respect and express my appreciation for all of the panelists. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Governor Yang Seung-jo, as well as all of the panelists for your active discussion. We looked into the current status of the Korean Peninsula, and we talked about the roles that should be played by the local governments within this region. I would like to thank all of the participants of this session, and once again, a big round of applause. With this, we would like to end all of the morning sessions. After lunch, we will reconvene at 1:30 at the Grand Ballroom and the Space A room on the second floor. There are 4 sessions in the afternoon, so we ask for your continuous interest and support. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you for joining us during the long morning session.
Some housekeeping remarks. We would like to ask the moderator and speakers to join us on stage, please. Thank you. Once again, we would like to remind you that we would like to invite the moderator and speakers to the stage. Thank you. We shall begin Prosperity2 session very shortly. We would like to ask the moderator and speakers to join us on stage.
The Prosperity2 session is on the topic of measures to overcome the crisis of the local city extinction due to population decline. It will carry on for an hour and a half, and the moderator is Vice Chairperson Seo Hyung-soo of the PCA-SPP, the Presidential Council on Aging Society and Population Policy. Good afternoon. I am the Vice Chairperson of the PCA-SPP. We are here at the 7th Pan-LOC Forum, and this is a session on Prosperity2, measures to overcome the crisis of the local city extinction. Let us begin. This is an international conference, and so you will have to utilize interpretation. Channel number 1 is English. We also have Chinese and Japanese being provided. Now, last year, we had experienced two major turning points. First of all, was that the number of those who passed away was greater than the number of new births. This is the first year that we experienced this. We call this the dead cross. And number 2, the population of the metropolitan region. Well, the number of the population in the metropolitan region has increased than the number of population outside of the metropolitan region. So today, during the session, we will deal with a topic that is related to these two turning points or two developments that we experienced last year. For the next 90 minutes, we will continue on with this session. So we have 2 speakers who will give a presentation, and we have 3 panelists. There is 1 speaker who is joining us online, and also 1 panelist who will also join us online. But why don't I introduce the speakers and the panelists on stage? First of all, we have Professor Lee Sam-sik of Hannang University, who will give a presentation. Thank you for joining us. And our panelists, Chief Commissioner Chung Byung-gi of the Chungcheong-namdo Council. He is the chairperson of the Administrative Culture Committee. And also President Kim Ga-eul of the Yeegam organization. Thank you for joining us. One of our speakers is joining us online. I will introduce her later. And one of the panelists, he is already joining us online from the Prefectural University of Kumamoto. We have with us Professor Tomohiro Seki. Are you with us? Yes. Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here. So, one of the speakers is Director Amy Huhadel, and she is with the UK Connected Places Catapult in charge of global business. We have a video presentation that she has sent us. So first, I think we should take a look at the video first, which is on the future of cities and healthy, happy citizens.
Hello, and thank you for having me as a speaker at the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. I'm very honored to be here today and to represent Connected Places Catapult. I'm Dr. Amy Hohadel, and I'm the director of the global program at the Catapult. Just a quick word about the Catapult for those that are not familiar. The Catapult is part of the UK government. We are the UK government's Centre of Excellence for Urban Innovation in Mobility and the Built Environment. You can see our mission statement there, and I think what's the most important part of the mission statement is at the end, where we talk about we enable new levels of physical, digital, and social connectedness. And I think it's important to point out that we have to address all three of those areas of innovation: physical, digital, and social. And most importantly, we can't forget about the social element. What we are doing when we talk about smart cities, future cities, and the future of the way we live and work in our cities, of course, there's the physical environment that we're living in. There's the digital connectedness and the technology that we're all working on. But we're doing it because of the social aspect, to create better lives for our citizens. When we think of smart cities or connected places at the Catapult, we're thinking about this type of layered model of cities. And we're always thinking about who is using which components of the city. So we start with a foundational component around data, policies, and strategies. As you'll well know, having a world-class data collection and analysis and platform is critical now, especially given the state of global pandemic in the world, that we have to base what we're doing on a digital platform to make those services available to all and to make them evidence-based and accessible. So we always start with that data level. We don't think about our sectors in silo. We think of them as layers within the model. And when those layers come together, they're integrated. So you'll see layers like water, crime, energy, or transport. But those layers need to fit together on top of a data model. We don't think of them as separate. We think about how, in the future of what we want our cities to be, those fit together with our vision for our city and who and how our citizens will be using them. It's not until the very end that we think about, therefore, what type of smart applications or what type of technology can enable this vision for our smart or future or connected city, and what type of people will be using it. So for us, the technology always comes last. If we look at slide number 4, one thing that we can no longer ignore, we have to think about the impact of COVID when looking at the future of our cities and what lessons we've learned and what lessons we can take forward from our learning over the past year. Now, there's been many challenges with COVID, and there have unfortunately been many tragedies with COVID. Those of us that work in technology and innovation and the future of our cities see a great opportunity here for how we are living and working and moving in our cities. So some early lessons that we've learned, and some of us are already applying these, some of us were applying them before COVID, but post-COVID, it's critical that we all pay attention to these when we're thinking about the future of our cities. So we think about agile cities, cities that are open to new ways of thinking, new ways of working, that are able to quickly shift in the way that they're doing something, perhaps changing a policy, changing a regulation, to allow a new innovation to help solve a challenge that we're facing. Cities that have that type of mindset, that are more agile, have fared better during COVID and will likely fare better as we move forward in a new post-COVID world. We all know that digitization has been critical. All of us have been moving to home working over the past year. We're meeting today, some of us in person, which is wonderful again, but many of us virtually. And that's only effective or possible with the digitization of cities. We needed to continue to provide city services. We needed to continue to run our cities and meet our citizens' needs. And cities that were already working towards a strong level of digitization fared better. Those that were at the beginning of their journey really needed to catch up when COVID hit. And those that had not started their journey, they were really at a disadvantage during this time. So digitization of our cities will only become more critical as we move forward. And then I think that this has been a pleasant challenge and opportunity for all of us. It has really raised the opportunity for us to address net zero cities, not least of which because many of us have not been traveling by car as much, by plane as much, and it's really brought into focus the ways that we can impact our net zero targets globally and how we can work together to achieve that. So what have we done during this time that we can carry forward, because we all have to collaborate on achieving our net zero goals? So those are early lessons from COVID, and I think we need to carry those forward when we're thinking about our cities. Now, when we think about the global changes that have happened in the past year or even the past several years, not just COVID, but we think about climate changes, we think about the pandemic, we think about population growth in our cities, which many of you have come here today to speak about. We know that there's a lot of various forms of migration that are occurring, mass migration, people that are fleeing conflict areas or climate challenged areas, and more issues across the board of big changes that we've had to deal with in the past several years. This has led to significant changes in the way we live, in the way we move, and in the way that we govern our cities. And I'd like to talk a little bit about each of these three areas. So we'll start with the way that we live. The places that we live have changed significantly over the past several years. And this is because of COVID, because of migration, overpopulation, because of aging, that many of us, and I know across the Pan-Yellow Sea region, are looking at challenges with healthy aging and connected homes. So we're thinking about ways we can keep people in their homes longer. We're thinking about ways that we can create more low carbon homes. How many of us will have a hybrid way of working. So our home also doubles as our office part of the time. We're also thinking about assisted living. And many of us now have come to use a term that we wouldn't have used several years ago, which is bubble living. So how do we keep ourselves safe? How do we maximize health and safety along with efficiency by living in this kind of bubble? People that we have in an inner circle, people that we live with in a region or in a housing development or in an enclosed space. Bubble living is a new concept that we're just beginning to explore. Now, for both many participants here from across the Pan-Yellow Sea region, and particularly in Korea, we know, as well as those of us here in the UK, we're looking specifically at some of the applications around innovation and technology in our cities for healthy aging. Both of us, or all of us, have an increasingly large aging population. It's a burden on our healthcare systems. We want to have a good quality of life for our aging population. And because of that, we can look to innovation and technology to help us address some of those challenges. In the UK, some of the areas that we're working on in our Homes for Healthy Aging program revolve around keeping families and communities connected. So how do we use that layer of technology to keep our elderly population connected? We're looking at issues of isolation. How do we decrease that sense of isolation, but also connectedness to community services, our healthcare providers? How do we create new forms of connection with healthcare providers that don't require the previous process of having to get in your car, go to the doctor or the hospital to take advantage of a service that now we're learning how to do online or to do in different ways. And certainly we want to reduce the reliance on our public services. We're also entering an age of efficiency. Local areas and cities are all challenged with budget requirements and trying to increase efficiencies. And we know that an aging population draws greatly on those budgets. We think that innovation and technology can help. And when we do have an elderly population that is entering care homes or health facilities, we want to make sure that we can improve the services within those facilities to the best of our ability. So let me give you a few examples. If we look at slide number 8, and you'll see here that there are several areas that the UK government is investing in to start to run demonstrators so that we can test out these new technologies, see what's most effective before we scale them up across a larger region. I think that this is a perfect area for those of us in the UK and those of you in the Pan-Yellow Sea region, and particularly in Korea, to look at doing some shared demonstrations across these areas. We can test these in cities, we can share our results, we can have innovators that are sharing information with each other from the UK and your region as well. And some of the areas that we're investing in right now focus on the business health that people are looking at, workplace health, living healthier lives, healthier homes, which I mentioned, which can help facilitate healthier living, looking at what types of homes are needed for our future population, how do neighborhoods support our aging population, and also how we recruit and upskill more people so that we can create better businesses to serve that population. This is just a few, these are just a few of the demonstrators that we're looking at and that we're testing right now in the UK. But it's an example of where I think collaboration would better serve both of us, something that we'd be very open to talking with any of you about. Next, let's think about the way we move. So this is about the future of mobility. And there's a list here, and the list is much longer than this, about the ways that transportation and the way that we move around our cities has changed. Now, this has been changing over a period of time, but there's certainly been a significant ramping up in the diversity of the way that we move around our cities. Electrification is significantly on the rise, especially as we think about decarbonization, applications like hydrogen energy, active mobility, and how we can increase the use of active mobility, make it easier for people, provide incentives for people. The way that we change our public transportation system, mobility as a service, all of these areas are things that we're looking at and testing as we think about the future of mobility in our cities. Now, one thing that I think that is really critical when we think about the way we move and we think about the future of our cities and the challenges we're facing, in things like overpopulation and climate change, we can't think of these areas, this list, as individual endpoint solutions. We have to think of them collectively as how do we want to create a better future for mobility in our cities. So I would urge against simply looking at how can we buy more scooters, how can we increase drones, how can we, my example that I use quite a bit, which is my example of something that I think that people should not do, is to look at smart parking applications. It seems like it solves an immediate solution. There's more cars than we have parking spaces. Perhaps technology can help us for cars to find their parking spot. And this is a classic example of looking for an endpoint solution without considering the broader future of mobility in our cities. Do we want to create less travel by cars? Do we want to increase mobility as a service, mass transit, public uptake, active mobility? So again, when I said at the beginning of the presentation that I would say we don't consider the use of technology until the very last layer in how we think about cities, I would urge you to not think about the technological applications in transportation, of which there are many, until we have a clear plan for the future of mobility in our cities. And then we might say smart parking applications is one of those solutions, alongside a plan for electrifying those cars that are traveling on the road, whilst we're also increasing mobility as a service. That's a comprehensive and integrated plan that will better serve the future that we're facing with climate change and overpopulation in cities. And this is something that the UK is thinking about as well. This is a great example of mobility as a service, where service is driven by the demand on the street. So these buses go around, and as demand increases along a certain route, buses are rerouted to those routes. These are electric buses, and they're driven by demand that people are requesting to ride. A great application of mobility as a service, and something that, again, we're doing demonstrators on this in the UK, and we'd welcome doing shared demonstrators with those of you. The last area I wanted to speak about is the way that we govern. And again, digitization has greatly changed this, but we all know anywhere we are in the world, citizen engagement is now critical in this, especially when we're trying to deliver more city services at the local level. Shared governance, shared services, digitizing all of our processes that we're governing. And how do we balance digitizing our services with citizen engagement and ensuring that everyone still has access to being part of that program? And we know that in this instance, cities will be setting the precedent for national policy. So it's how cities will go about delivering their services and engaging their citizens that will then change policy and regulations at the national level to help institute those changes. Now, one example of this in the way we think of it, an example on slide 13, is to go back to that concept of the connected city, the layers. And at the top, you'll remember we think about the people that will be using the services of those cities. And we think about the journey that they go on. And this will relate to then how we think about how we govern our cities. And so our journeys are not individual. Our journeys cross over quite a bit with each other. And on this slide, you'll see that we have several business people, an academic, a local city leader that are going through their own journey. How do we connect business, academia, and city government? How do we create more jobs? How do we bring citizens involved in it? So there are individual journeys that people are going on. There's areas where those journeys overlap. So there's, you can see the progression to citizens being unaware, to gaining knowledge, to engaging with each other, and down the journey. And I think it's important that we keep this journey in mind, that we map this journey, and that we think about the way that we govern, helping to meet people where they are on this journey. Now, in the UK, we've recently just released our new UK innovation strategy called Leading the Future by Creating It. And I think this is a nice follow-on from the slide about how we govern and engaging people in that process. One of the things I want to highlight with the new UK innovation strategy is the people pillar. So our innovation strategy has 4 pillars. One of the most critical pillars in this strategy is the people pillar. And this is also where we can find great opportunities for collaboration among our nation and those of you in the region. So we're fostering a rich diversity of critical skills. We need people that have skills. We have people here that have skills. We know that we'll be better when we collaborate together. And that's why we're opening our borders, particularly for top talent around the world. We're also tackling the bureaucracy for innovators to be able to operate more freely in this space. We know that those of us that are working in the space of innovation, it doesn't always fit neatly into the processes that we've had for a very long time. As I said earlier, agility is really important. And it's not always easy to be agile when you're in a very traditional type of system. So we're trying to make it easier for innovators to participate, things like innovation in procurement, for example. And then we're creating a truly innovator-friendly regulatory system because we know that all of those areas of innovation that I talked about, the way we live, the way we move, the way that we govern, they're all part of a regulatory and a framework system. And similar to the point around bureaucracy, that framework and regulatory system is changing rapidly in today's world. So we need to be able to move, test regulations, change regulations. So we need to create that space. And that's exactly what we're doing in the UK with our new UK innovation strategy, and in particular with our people pillar of that strategy. Now, let me give you a great example of this pillar in our UK innovation strategy in action with a new program that we've just launched between the UK and Korea called Innovation Twins. And this builds on the old model of city twinning, but brings it into the digital age and the age of future and connected cities. So we've been working with the UK government and the Korean government to create a program where we can bring our 2 cities together, bring our innovators together, to run live demonstrators across cities and test out some of these innovations so that we can both understand how we apply them in each of our cities, how we change that regulatory framework, what we can learn, so that both of us across the UK and Korea can then scale up that opportunities. Now, doing this in partnership means that we provide opportunities in the UK for Korean entrepreneurs and innovators, and UK entrepreneurs and innovators are also finding opportunities in Korea. So this is about jobs, it's about innovation, it's about improving citizens' lives. It's also about investment in each other's countries. So we're really excited to be doing this program. And one of the first things that we'll be looking at, we've developed our first innovation twin, the Lighthouse Project. There'll be more to come. But the first two cities that will be innovation twins are Belfast and Sejong. And so they will be engaging their entrepreneurs and innovators in testing some new innovations across both of those cities. And as that program scales up, we'll be excited to bring you more information and updates on how it's progressing, especially so that other cities in the region can learn from that Lighthouse model and then scale up what we're learning. That forms close relationships between cities in the Yellow Sea region and cities in the UK to have a long-term bilateral business engagement. So it's something that we're very excited about. So hopefully from this presentation, we've talked about kind of the future of cities in general, the way that we live, move, and govern. We've talked about some very specific applications of those and areas that both of our countries can participate in and collaborate on. We've also talked about what the UK is doing right now in a new program that we've launched in Korea that we're quite excited about. On the last slide, you're going to see my contact information. Please, I encourage you to contact the Catapult. We are looking for collaborators. We want to create partnerships across the UK and the Yellow Sea region. And we're really excited to be able to form those partnerships now and in the future. Thank you very much for having me today. It's been an honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We just heard from Dr. Amy Hoadell. Thank you. And Dr. Amy Hoadell, she used to be a visiting professor at the Kennedy School of Harvard, but now I understand that she is with Catapult and she is in charge of global business. So I looked up the word catapult and I think it's like a sling gun. She introduced a new partnership opportunity based on cities. Climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, and aging population. These are various challenges that we are faced with. And amidst such challenges, we have to find a new city model. And she talked about the three aspects of our cities: the new way of living, the way of mobility or moving around in our cities, and number three, the governance method. And also she talked about citizens' engagement, how the citizens have to be engaged to find a new way of governing our cities. So the presentation dealt with new issues, and I think it gave us a lot of food for thought. Thank you.
Let us go on to the second presentation of the afternoon. We have with us Professor Lee Sam-shik, who will present under the title of Measures to Overcome the Risk of Local Extinction from Decreasing Population. He is a well-known expert in the field in Korea. Can you hear me well? I am Lee Sang-shik of Hanyang University, as have been introduced. I would actually like to present seated down. We have just heard from Professor Hoadell, and she talked about the UK situation. I will be presenting following her presentation, and I think it would be better for your understanding to first talk about some difference. In the UK, their fertility rate is about 1.7, which is considerably higher compared to Korea. And their population is increasing very rapidly. So unexpectedly, they have a big increase in their population. They have a high fertility rate, and they also have an inflow of immigrants. And many of the immigrants also have a high fertility rate. And so unexpectedly, they are experiencing an increase in their population, both organically and also due to the inflow of immigrants. In Korea, we are experiencing a decrease in population, and so the UK is free from such concerns. Many European countries, including the UK, when they talk about local areas, you will know from literature that they always talk about urban regeneration. So within her presentation, we heard about urban regeneration quite a bit. So many of the countries in Europe, including the UK, talk about urban regeneration and the success of urban regeneration. But they also experienced a time where there was a decrease in population, especially the rural areas, especially in the 1970s. In Europe, they have also talked about the risk of local extinction because of the decrease in population, especially in rural areas. And so they have come up with various development models to prevent local extinction at local communities. While discussing the Korean example, I would like to discuss such European examples in the later part of my presentation. During the first part, I will be concentrating on the Korean example, mostly the rural areas and the smaller cities of Korea. So I explained this difference because of the differences in the background of our two presentations. Well, I would like to talk about the following 5 topics: the very well-known low birth rate and aging population. Then let's take a look at the cause and process of local extinction. The terminology local extinction may feel a bit awkward, but this word has become quite a buzzword in Japan, and it is certainly in the limelight in Korea as well. I heard that the members of the local autonomies really do not like this terminology of local extinction, but nevertheless, I do believe that this is a term that is quite appropriate for the current situation where there is a steep decrease in the population. Then I would like to talk about the cause and process of local extinction with the examples, then the aftermath of local extinction, as well as the response to local extinction. Here you can see how severe the situation is. We have also heard from our moderator on the situation. This is a nationwide phenomenon, but it can be more acute in some areas. We always talk about the low birth rate, so I don't think I need to repeat how low it is. But as a demographics expert, I would like to talk about inertia. So there's always the dynamics of mobility, death, and birth, creating the overall demographic situation. But there's always the issue of inertia. Once this moves in a certain direction, it's very difficult to change that direction. It usually takes 30 years or even half a century to change the direction. So during the last 15 years, the Korean government has worked on dealing with the low birth rate, but this is not changing, not due to the lack of efforts made by the government, but because of inertia that always exists in demographic structures. We see the whole society moving in the direction of low birth rates, and that is the macro trend at hand. Currently, we have low birth rates that probably cannot be solved in the near future. Having said that, we probably will experience low birth rates for the next 2 to 3 decades. And this is something that we have to accept when we think about our demographic structure. The birth rate in Korea is all the way down to the 0.8 range. When and how much will it recover? That is for us to wait and see. But even if there is recovery, I am sure that the scope of recovery and the speed of recovery will be very low. we see that we have decreasing population across the country coupled with aging. And so this is a trend that is a constant within our society. Let's take a look at the second factor, which is death. We have very low birth rates, but we also have an increase in deaths. But this is because of the high life expectancy we see in Korea. So if we take a look at the number of deaths, we can see that in the last 30 years, we don't see a big change in the number of deaths. It's at around 280,000. But life expectancy cannot go above a certain threshold. And so the increase in life expectancy will start to die off, which means that we will have an increase in the number of deaths. So we now see that there's an increase in the number of deaths. Up until now, because of the sharp increase in life expectancy, we had a constant number of deaths for 30 years, but because the life expectancy is not increasing any further because we have reached a certain threshold, that will mean that we will have an active increase in the number of deaths. And so we see that the natural increase in population is high in Korea because low number of death and low number of birth, but we will now see that not only we will have low birth rates, but high number of deaths, and that will actually accelerate the change in our population, decreasing it even further. In the 70s, our life expectancy was about 10 years younger than or shorter compared to the OECD average. But we reached the OECD average in the 90s, and currently our life expectancy is among the top 5 in the world. And according to demographic experts, we believe that in the next 1 to 2 decades, Korea may have the highest life expectancy in the world. It's great to have a high life expectancy, but the issue is that that will increase aging of the society, and this will actually impact the overall population structure. So I talked about 2 momentums, the sharp decrease in birth rates, and in the future we will have an increase in the number of deaths, which is a big change because during the last 30 years we had a constant figure of about 280,000 per year in deaths. And that means that we will actually have a sharp decrease in birth and a high increase in death, which we expect that we will have about 700,000 deaths per year by the year 2066. That is a very high number. So we have a sharp increase in the number of deaths with a sharp decrease in the number of births. And so coupled together, we will have a dead cross, which means that we have a sharp decrease in our population. And so therefore, we expect that there will be a decrease in the population from the year 2028. And you can see that as time passes by, that decrease will become sharper and sharper. If we take a look at statistics, in the 2060s, we will have 445 million people living in Korea. But it seems that if we reach 2,100, we will reach about 20 million or so in population. This actually means that it will translate into a sharp decrease in population in all cities across the country. And that is why we inevitably need to talk about local extinction. What I would like to mention is that even if we make a lot of efforts to prevent local extinction, given the fact that currently we have over 50 million people living in Korea, which will drop to below 25 million in 2100, what city can be free from local extinction? That is the situation that we are at currently. So this is something that I mentioned before. From the mid-2020s, we will see a decrease in population coupled with aging society. And you can see that the decrease in working age population starts to drop from 2019. And if you take a look at this graph, you can see that the percentage of the elderly by 2050 will reach 19 million. And in the 2060s, the percentage of those who are above the age of 60 will reach 46%. If we take a look at the future forecast of the UK and other European countries, this percentage stands at around 30%. But in Korea, this percentage is almost close to 50%. And so you can see that the forecasts for the demographic structure for the UK and Korea are very different. We have a high percentage of elderly that is expected, and this is also closely linked with local extinction. So, in a nutshell, those who will remain in local cities will be only the elderly. If 50% of the total population is the elderly, in smaller cities, in rural areas, those who remain will be only the elderly, because the few younger people in Korea will all move to big cities. And so this will be the very distorted demographic structure that we experience in Korea. Compared to other countries, as I mentioned before, the rate of those who are above the age of 60 will remain at around 30%. But in Korea, we have a sharp increase. This is of concern to us. Whether it be local extinction or maintaining our society, Korea has always been a fast follower. We have always benchmarked the success of Western countries to make sure that we reduce trial and error. But because we will be leading aging in the world, will we be able to benchmark any other country in terms of aging? If we take a look at Japan or the UK or European countries, we usually like to benchmark these countries. But when we lead aging, then we will need to be able to come up with our own creative solutions for aging population and local extinction. So, up until now, I talked about the current status of the Korean demographics, as well as the difference between Korea and other countries. Next, let's take a look at the cause and process of local extinction. If we take a look at Korea, in the local autonomies, as you can see on the graph, you can see that the total percentage of the elderly across the nation is 16%. But if we take a look at Uiseong of Gyeongbuk province, it is above 40%. So there are some local autonomies that already have a very high rate of the elderly. It doesn't mean that they have more people who are older, but it means that they have less people who are younger, which brings up the percentage of those who are older. So you can see that already in local governments and local cities, we are already experiencing local extinction or the path to local extinction. Here you can see the 6 provinces with the exception of the capital area. So we have the Gyeongsang province, the Gyeongnam province, the Jeonnam, Jeonbuk provinces, Chungnam and Chungbuk provinces. So these are the 6 provinces outside of the capital area. And the Gangwon province has not been included in this graph. So you can see that there are 6 provinces that are represented. on the chart, and you can see that the first three counties are very high in their percentage of the elderly. So what is the cause of local extinction? There are three things. First, there is very low birth rate at the local areas. Second, only the elderly remain in these areas, bringing up the percentage of the elderly. And there is a high outflow of population. And these three reasons coupled together lead to local extinction. And we see that there is an accelerated pace of local extinction in some local areas. And we see that the areas with higher population end with even greater population, whereas the areas with lower population continue to be even lower. We see that low birth rates coupled with aging as well as the mobility of population is leading to these phenomenon. And if we take a look at the demographics of the local areas, we will see that the percentage of elderly is actually above 50% for the areas outside of the capital area. And we will see that there's more concentration of people in the capital area. That will actually lead to a sharp decrease in the local areas outside of the capital area, close to being a local extinction. So we will see more concentration in the capital area. Why? Because there's more opportunities for jobs and higher value. And the younger people, they go to the capital area because of these opportunities. And as a result, there's an increase in younger population in the capital area, and they actually maintain the vitality of the area. They actually improve the quality of life overall in the area, which then leads to a more inflow of population. So in the capital area, there is a virtuous cycle that is created. Whereas in the rural areas, we see a decrease in population. Well, there is a difficulty in defining local extinction. One scholar in Japan actually talked about the percentage of the elderly over the number of the women who are in the age of fertility. And so that definition may be appropriate or not depending on your perspective, but local extinction does mean that there is a sharp decrease in population. Of course, it will not disappear completely, but it means that the percentage of the young people living there is very low. For example, in the 70s, 20% of Koreans lived in cities and 80% lived in rural areas. But currently, 85 people live in cities and 15% live in rural areas in Korea. In the past, the rural areas were very dense in population, but now they have very low population density. But how low will this density go? That will be the factor in deciding whether local extinction has happened. So there could be different ways of defining local extinction, but we could define it roughly as being low concentration in population compared to the overall area of the city. Not only is there a low population, that actually will also lead to the breaking down of basic lifestyle infrastructure, which means that there is a few scattered people living over a large area, which makes it very difficult to efficiently deliver various administrative, healthcare, welfare, and safety services. Currently in Korea, the central government uses the term local extinction, but they have not accurately defined such terms. But summarizing the various perspectives of various scholars, I do believe that it could be defined as a scattered number of small population living in a large area, which makes it difficult to efficiently provide appropriate services. This means that there will also be difficulties in finding lifestyle infrastructure such as hospitals and shopping centers, which then makes it difficult for the remaining people to maintain their basic lifestyle, which then will force the remaining people to move out of the area. So this is the vicious cycle that is created in the rural areas where local extinction is ongoing, compared to the virtuous cycle of the capital area. Here you can see a series of graphs that I have mapped in 2017. This was for a city in Gangwon province. You can see that the blue is men and the red is women. And on the bottom we have the younger people, and on top we have the older people. And when we forecast the data until 2060, you can see that in 2017 we had a population pyramid, but 2040 and 2060 does not show a pyramid shape at all. You can see that the pyramid actually disappears. So in the areas with local extinction, you will see that this is the type of graph that we expect to see. What is important is the areas where local extinction happens. What is the unit of local extinction? I believe that we need to take a look at local extinction in the unit of the smallest administrative unit of Li or Myeon. So we have to take a look at the smallest administrative units, not in overall cities or counties, but currently we have to go down to the smallest administrative unit of Myeon or Li. So here you can see the local extinction process demographically for a small area in Gangwon province. So in the areas of local extinction, there is a decrease in population. And this small number of population cannot become enough of a market for the local area. And so there is the destruction of a local market, which then translates into the deterioration of the remaining infrastructure, which means that there is a loss of schools, loss of hospitals, loss of shopping centers, and loss of cultural infrastructure. Then we lead to the lack of jobs available. And so the people remaining there, they actually are forced to leave the area because they don't have jobs and they don't have lifestyle infrastructure, which leads to the vicious cycle that I mentioned before. So in Korea, when there are areas of local extinction, we see the loss of schools, shopping centers, hospitals, cultural infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, as well as inefficient delivery of necessary services. This actually leads to a vicious cycle that leads to further decrease in population. So as a result, in these areas, first we see the decrease in the young population and also the child-bearing population. I think I have already covered this, and so I think I can skip over these slides. I talk about 6 different local areas, and here you can see that there is a decrease in the youth population. And so the relationship between birth and death shows that there's more death than births. And that gap between birth and death continues to increase in Chungam. And you can see that in this area, there is a minus in all age groups, so which means that there is a larger outflow compared to inflow in all age groups. And in particular, there is a larger gap between inflow and outflow for those who are in their 20s and 30s. You can see that in this area of Imshil, we see a similar pattern. This is the same for Uiseong and Hapcheon, as well as Kimjae. And we can see that in areas with high aging, such as Kimjae, the number of deaths is larger than the number of births, and the gap continues to become wider. And the gap between inflow and outflow continues to grow, especially among those who are in their 20s and 30s. Here you can see the figures for 2015 and until 2020. And 83% of the areas experienced a decrease in population. So, of the 84 local governments, 67 experienced a decrease in population. And of the cities, 47% of all cities experienced a decrease in their population. So, there are a total of 105 local areas that experienced a population decline, which is 66%. So we can see that almost all areas outside of the capital area, so 2/3 of all local autonomies experienced a population decline between 2015 to 2020. What is the aftermath of local extinction? Well, first, because there is a sharp decrease in population, it's very difficult to maintain the infrastructure, such as schools and hospitals, as well as social services. It's very difficult to maintain that. So there's a decrease in the quality of infrastructure and services. And because there is a decrease in population, there is a decrease in the demand for public transportation. In order for public transportation to be maintained, we need to have a certain demand, but with a lower demand, the number of stops will decrease, and then the number of routes itself will decrease, which will make it very difficult for the remaining people to use the public transportation. There will also be a decrease in a variety of activities such as shopping, cultural activity, and sports. So the remaining people will actually have to travel to other areas, perhaps come all the way to Seoul to watch a movie. There will be closures of industrial complexes and factories. There will be a decline in the demand for housing, which will then decrease the value of real estate. Just because we do not use something, it doesn't mean that it has no environmental harm. Even if a certain facility is not used, it has to be maintained in order to make sure that we prevent environmental harm as well as health and safety issues. We see that with local extinction, there's a decrease in the need for facilities, and these facilities then will not be maintained, which will then translate into environmental harm or health or safety issues. How can we respond to local extinction? What will we do? So we have over 50 million people living in Korea, but we will actually see it drop by half by 2060. And so no city will be free from the concept of local extinction outside of the capital area. In the UK and Europe, they have actually experienced a decrease in population in the 70s for rural areas. And what they considered were the traditional economic development theories. So they said, if we develop the local economies, there will be more jobs and more opportunities, which will then bring in younger people to the areas. So they actually stuck to the conventional economic development model. And it seems that that model is being benchmarked by many of the local cities in Korea. So many local areas are aiming to create jobs and create opportunities so that more younger people will come into the local area and raise children there. And so this is something that Europe has pondered over in the 1970s. And in Japan, they also went through this phase of benchmarking the economic models of Europe from the 70s and 80s. But we have seen inefficiencies in such conventional economic models, but we continue to utilize these models in Korea despite the proven inefficiencies. We have yet to see local governments succeed based on these models. Let's take a look at the example of Tangjin. The city of Tangjin actually was successful in recruiting a factory, and this factory actually led to a lot of jobs, which led to the inflow of laborers. But these laborers did not stay in the city of Tangjin. So they did have a great economic development model, but they did not experience an increase in their population. So this actually shows the limitations of conventional economic development models. So in a nutshell, conventional economic development models are very difficult in utilizing to respond to local extinction. And so Europe continued to talk about all-rounded responses. Economic development is important, but we also have to think about leisure, culture, and education. All of these factors must develop at the same time in order to recruit more people to live in these local areas. Due to the time constraint, I will need to jump to my conclusion. If we take a look at Korea's strategies currently, in the past, we focused on inflow of population from external areas. And currently, we are trying to prevent the outflow of population. But in the future, as I mentioned before, we will have to go beyond economic development model. We will have to take a look at all factors, such as the infrastructure, including culture, jobs, opportunities, and education. Well, due to the time constraint, I will not be able to go into all of the slides. So these are the aspects that we need to take a look at in terms of local development. We need to utilize the potential assets to come up with strategies. We also have to come up with ways of community recycling. We also have to take a look at the happiness of the local residents. As Amy has mentioned, for those who are suffering from local extinction, we have to also take a look at aging in place. In a nutshell, it means we need to be able to make sure that the elderly continue to live in the local area, even if they age. How are we going to come up with the infrastructure that enables them to do so, such as providing basic necessities and healthcare services? Because in the perspective of local extinction, we see that there is a complete deterioration of the necessary infrastructure. And so what we need to do is to build such infrastructure from now. Concerning education, we need to also provide integrated services for education. We should not try and close down schools with the concept of efficiency, but we need to integrate classes with nearby schools so that we continue to provide necessary school services. So I would like to speak on this topic up until now, and I will accept more questions and comments during the discussion portion. Thank you very much for your presentation. Well, we took a look at the causes, the trends, the aftermath, and responses of local extinction. Thank you for your presentation. So, the conclusion is that we will experience the decrease in population and the aging of population, and this cannot be overturned in the near future. This is a future that we have to accept. How are we going to adjust to these trends? Up until now, we have tried to use inflow of population and increasing the competitiveness of the local areas in creating jobs and building infrastructure. And those two methods were not easy to conduct, and the results were not that successful. So now we have to work on the overall ecosystem. I would like to actually add to this presentation. Decrease in population and aging is not something that we can deal with overnight. Those who were born in 1955 until those who were born in 1982 are the baby boomers. That's when actually 0.8 to 1 million people were born per year. Currently, we see about 200,000 to 300,000 babies being born. Even if we increase that to 300 to 400,000, we will continue to see a decrease in population because the number of deaths will reach 700,000 per year. So unless we give birth to 700,000 babies per year, we will inevitably experience a decrease in population. And so a decrease in population is a given that we have to get used to. So in 2100, we believe that the percentage of the elderly will be about 46%. The median age will be the age of 62, which means that more people will be above the age of 60 compared to those who are under 60. You may think that 2100 is far off, but those who are born this year will only be age 79 when we reach 2100. And so 80% of those who are born this year will be alive in 2100. And so 2100 is not a far off future. It should be within the realm of our interest. And so this is a given future for us. And so, of course, we try to mitigate the effects, but we also need to think about adaptation. Thank you very much.
It's now time for discussion. I would like to ask Mr. Jung Byung-gi to please go ahead and speak. Good afternoon. I am the Chief Commissioner of the Chungcheongnam-do Council. My name is Jung Byung-gi.
This is a great opportunity for me to participate at this forum. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the host, the Chungcheongnam-do Province, and the organizer, Korea Peace Forum. Thank you very much to Professor Lee Sam-shik for your presentation, and also thank you to Dr. Amy Hwa-tel for your presentation. I would also like to thank Professor Tomohiro Seki and President Kim Ga-eul for joining me on this panel. Well, concerning the presentation by Professor Lee, I can completely relate to the content. In particular, the low birth rates, aging, and the outflow of population are the three reasons for local extinction. Up until now, we have seen a lack of balance in the development, and I believe that that is the fundamental reason for local extinction. If we take a look at resident registration statistics, in 2019, the figures show that the population will peak at 2028, but if we take a look at the 2020 figure, as President Lee has presented, Professor Lee has presented, we have already experienced a death cross. So the death cross happened 8 years earlier than expected. And this is the same for areas of local extinction. In 2019, we expected that there will be local extinction in 93 cities out of 228. But in 2020, we see that that number actually increased to 105. And as of June, according to the Ministry of Home Administration, we have seen that the number of those that are expected to experience local extinction went up even further. I don't think this is a statistical error, but rather we are seeing a sharp increase in the number of cities that are expected to experience local extinction. And if we take a look at the Chungnam province, compared to the 17.3% aging average, it's about 18.5%, which is 1.2 percentage point higher in Chungnam compared to the national average. And so at the Chungnam province, if we take a look at the central government's figure for June, we are expected to have local extinction in 9 local autonomies within our province. So of the 15 that we have in our province, 6 will remain and 9 will become extinct. And I believe that they will then be merged with other local governments. And so it seems that the central government will actually allocate a budget of 1 trillion won to prevent local extinction. And so Professor Lee's presentation, I believe, is something that we can completely relate to. How will we respond to local extinctions? I would like to talk about 3 policy responses. First, the central government should come up with an institution that takes into consideration the budget of the local areas. We need to come up with innovative cities that are not led by the central government. Despite the decrease in the youth population overall, we see that the youth population continues to become influxed into the capital area, which leads to the lack of jobs and housing for the youth in the capital area. We need to make sure that there is mediation so that we can take into consideration the vulnerable areas by providing institutional support. We need to make sure that there is coexistence with the capital area through the balanced allocation of the youth population. So we need to come up with ways to increase the competitiveness and attractiveness of local areas. The issue of local areas equals the issue of the nation. Second, we need to have decentralized policies for preventing local extinction. We believe that the best policies for the local areas can be discovered by the local governments themselves rather than the central government. And so in order to solve local extinction, the local cities must be empowered to come up with their own policies. We need to make sure that local extinction is prevented by attracting the youth to live in local areas. The local governments should come up with their own solutions that are suitable for the local areas. Low growth, the post-industrialization era, is the era where the youth is living in. And so we need to analyze the preference of the youth so that we can have an inflow of the youth into the local areas, which will turn the table for the trends in the local areas. And so the local governments should come up with policies to attract the youth to the local areas. We should not stop at trying to find solutions for low birth rates, but we need to come up with policies to recruit the youth to live in our local areas. In order for us to attract the youth, we need to find solutions for jobs, housing, education, and transportation. So we need an overall ecosystem. Furthermore, we also need to find opportunities for the new youth living in the areas to become a part of the local community with the existing residents. And we have to change the direction of our policies. Currently, we are focusing on providing financial support for those who give birth in the local areas, but that has created a vicious cycle of being a burden on the local budget. We should not concentrate on cash payments, but we should concentrate rather on creating a culture of home and work balance, and we also need to create a culture that is birth and child rearing friendly. Not only in terms of jobs, but we also need to think about providing high quality jobs along with high quality education services. The younger generation, they put a big preference on education infrastructure. We also need to be able to provide high-quality healthcare services as well as cultural infrastructure. So not only should we concentrate on job creation, but we need to have a comprehensive set of policies to create an ecosystem which can be preferred by the youth. That is the only way that we can find solutions for local extinction. The younger generation, they are looking forward to a society where there are no disadvantages due to childbirth and childcare. We have had many policies to make sure that women can give birth and raise their children while working, but the policies have not been efficient. We need to reflect the changes within our society to become more flexible in our concept of families. And we also need to make sure that we support new forms of families. And so these are some of the preemptive efforts that we need to make. We see that local extinction is triggered by various reasons. And this is actually a phenomenon that is from a portfolio of issues. That is why we need comprehensive responses. We need to analyze the population to come up with the appropriate policies as well as projects. We need to have correct assessment of the existing policies. We need to discover new possible policies and come up with a set of institutions that enable these policies to take root. We need to make sure that the central government continues to focus on balanced development. And we can see that they are striving to create mega cities in the local areas, such as the Honam area, Chungcheong area, and the Gyeongnam area. Our province will work with the cities of Daejeon, Sejong, and the province of Chungbuk to create a mega hub together. We need to make sure that the Chungnam province becomes the center of this mega hub initiative, and we need to become more active in these policies. We need to create competitiveness that go beyond the administrative units, and we need to create an economy of scale through having an integration of local areas that will experience a better accessibility and also better efficiency and competitiveness. And depending on the megacities that are created, we need to make sure that the aim is flexible. As we have seen in Amy's presentation, we need to go beyond the governance of mega hubs, but we also need to think about governance through international networks. Sejong has started the innovative project city networking with an international city to continue their research through public-private partnership for areas such as drones. We see that Sejong City is moving very quickly. Chungnam needs to benchmark best practices, and we have a need to try various best practices. We need to benchmark cities around the world to share sustainable policies so that we can free ourselves from the worry of local extinction. We need to improve the quality of living so that we will become the area favored by people around the world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Policy results, in particular, the policy results of the local areas need to reflect the uniqueness of each of the cities. And so these policies should not be centered around the central government, rather than it should be centered around the local government. I would like to add to this. When we talk about population, we have gross population and domestic population. We have an organic decrease in domestic population, but for the gross population, we actually add those who have been living in Korea for over 3 months, and we subtract those who have been outside of Korea for 3 months. And so we have a difference in the gross population and the domestic population because of this reason.
Yes, please go ahead, Ms. Kim Gaul. Yes, as a young person living in Chungnam, I would like to give my remarks. Now, I have used to live in the metropolitan area, but I came to live in Chungnam 10 years ago. Because of the convenient transportation utilizing KTX, the bullet train, I moved here. And Chungnam is closely located to the metropolitan region, so that's a benefit. But for the youth, when it comes to automobile, also there are some disadvantages in terms of transportation. So I think that that is something that should be improved. Number two, in my view, in order to attract more population, I think that we have to improve the environment. For example, creating jobs is important, but at the same time, you have to have the right environment for startup creation in order to attract the youth population. Also in Chungnam, there is not enough cultural infrastructure. And also when it comes to healthcare, there's not enough infrastructure. There's a COVID-19 issue, but at the same time, the young people are very sensitive and interested about health issues. So we need more open areas, parks, for example, and also facilities and infrastructure for enjoying culture. In particular, in the Chungnam region, there is a Kumbiche program, which is a housing program for the youth. It's a housing support program. But I think that there has to be a wider range qualification and have more young people benefit from the program. Then if so, I think that more young population will flow into the Chungnam region. Also, in terms of the women, I think that child care is very important, but also at the same time, we need more financial support to ensure that there are no career disruptions for the women. And also in France, you can see that not only the statutory married couples, but also various types of families are acknowledged. For example, if your partners living together, they also are acknowledged as families. So I think that there has to be more flexible viewpoints when we think about families. And if we do so, if we have more flexibility, then I think there will be more inflow of population into this region. Yes, thank you very much. So she talked about some of the points that she felt living here in Chungnam. Thank you very much. Let's go on to the last panelist, who is Professor Tomohiro Seki. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, I heard your presentations, and they were very helpful. Thank you very much. It was included in the presentation, but when it comes to Japan and Korea, there are many common challenges that we're faced with. The decrease of the population, low birth rate, and aging of the population, and the extinction of local cities are some of the challenges that we are both faced with. Dr. Lee Sam-sik touched upon three things, and I would like to raise three questions. First of all, going into the future, now, what kind of public services should we think about in the declining cities? For example, we will have to reduce the provision of public services, I think. But what is the backlash, level of backlash among the population and the politicians? The politicians, they probably understand about the difficult situations in the local cities and areas. Having said that, are they accepting the changes in the public services? In the case of Japan, the number of children are greatly declining, and so we are integrating the schools together. For example, 2 or 3 schools are being integrated together. When we're doing so, the local community members and the members of the parliament are opposing to such integration of schools. So closing down the schools and integrating them together, or when it comes to the preferential treatments and services to the elderly, are things that are difficult to do because of the backlash from the political circles. So what is the situation surrounding this in Korea? And another question is related to what was also mentioned in your slides. You talked about the new growth engine, and you said that we have to find the new growth engines. But when you think about the declining areas, well, what could be the new growth engines? For example, if you have any ideas for the new growth engines, it would be very helpful if you share them with us. In Japan, low growth rate is ongoing, and the low birth rate is a challenge that we are faced with. And it's very difficult to deal with such a challenge. In the past, we tried to also expand the public jobs and maintain employment to ensure that the population does not go down. But nowadays, we have the budget restrictions, and so it's very difficult to increase the public projects. So the industries that are left in the local areas are the care-related industries and the service industries. But those who are working in such industries have low income levels. So although we can maintain the level of employment, the young people who hold such jobs find it difficult to create families and have children because of the low income level. So that is the current situation that we face. Can you tell us your views on this matter? Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Japan, I think, has thought about these challenges about 20 years ahead of Korea, so those were quite sharp observations. We have about 67 minutes remaining, so I think that first we can ask Dr. Lee Sam-sik to first speak. Yes, thank you for your comments and questions. There were 2 questions raised, so why don't I answer the questions first? In terms of the decrease or decline of the public services, well, for example, in Jeollabuk-do, there's a place called Saman University, and Saman University recently closed down. And the process of closing down the school was the university closing down because of the decrease of the number of students. But that actually impacted the local economy because the commercial areas were hard hit and also many other areas were hard hit. And so the local community members and the politicians opposed this. So it took a long time to actually close down the university. And the elementary schools and the middle schools, well, the Ministry of Education has had a regulation that if the total number of students go below 60, then the schools would have to be shut down or integrated with nearby schools. But the local community members have shown backlash saying that they need schools in their region. And so it has been difficult to integrate or close down schools. And so these are some of the examples that we have found here in Korea in terms of the difficulties of integrating or closing down existing public services and infrastructure. In Chungcheongnam-do, we heard about what we're lacking from one of the panelists. And I think that the local government and the central government has a relationship, but I think that the local government has to make an extra effort. For example, there are 19 cities and counties within Chungcheongnam-do, and we have to think about whether there are balanced growth among the 9 cities and counties. Because if you look at Chungcheongnam-do, well, a lot of the factories in Seoul have relocated to Gyeonggi-do, and because of the environmental issues, the factories in Gyeonggi-do has relocated once again to Chungcheong-do, and especially the northern part of Chungcheong province. Well, these areas have greatly developed, but even within Chungcheong province, there are less developed areas. So there is not balanced development even within the Chungcheong province. I think that if we look at the cities and the counties, we need to focus more and work further to achieve balanced growth. We talked about how the public services in the areas that are at the risk of extinction are decreasing. And I do understand what you said and the concerns that may exist. Now, external reasons have been pointed out by the local governments and saying that external factors can help the local cities and regions to promote population growth. And this kind of development model has been eyed by the local regions, but actually there were some limitations to such a model. And so I think that the arts and the cultural characteristics or the natural scenery and resources should be developed by the local governments in order to attract populations into their areas. For example, also the funeral facilities and the nursery or healthcare facilities, or some of the facilities and infrastructure that some of the local governments do not want in their communities. But actually, I think that the areas that are facing difficulty in terms of decline of population attract these facilities in their regions, and they can actually see an increase in the population, and they can use the unutilized resources or facilities existing in their region. We are going to experience more and more aging of the population, and so we will have to have more of such facilities in each region. I think that if the local communities actually attract these facilities, and they can promote economic development and promote population growth at the same time. And also there are efforts to further advance and develop culture and the arts. I think that this should be further looked into for attracting a greater inflow of population. I'm not sure if I answered your 2 questions, but I think that that's about the answer that I can give you. And also, the young people, it's difficult to have them relocate to other areas. Well, we have implemented a policy for promoting birth in Korea since the 1960s. And we have been trying to actually disperse the population to live in areas outside of the metropolitan area. We have been pursuing such a policy since the 1950s and the 1960s, but we have never succeeded. So it has been very difficult to have people move out of the metropolitan area and go to other regions. So I think that such a policy is important, but it has failed up to now. And the reason for the failure of such a policy is not because we have failed to look into well, if we look at the failure reasons, well, most of the infrastructure that the youth are interested are concentrated in the metropolitan region. And so the sports and the culture facilities, it was mentioned before. But if we try to actually disperse them into other areas, then perhaps we can attract the younger population to these regions as well. So, Professor Tomohiro Seki, do you have anything more to add? Yes, well, in Korea as well, I just heard that there are strong backlash when you're trying to integrate the schools, and I could see that we are in similar circumstances. Thank you.
We would now like to invite additional comments by our panelists, especially any requests that you have for the Chungnam provincial government. If not, yes, do you have a comment, Mr. Chung? Well, we have with us Representative Kim Ga-eul, and it's a great pleasure to have you on the panel today. Within the Chungnam province and within the Chungnam Provincial Council, for about 6 months, we had a youth gathering. In particular, we are inviting youth activists to conduct our study. And what we are focused on is the 4 youth policies of the Chungnam province. I myself are not completely aware of the 4 policies, and so having policies is important, but what is more important is actually escalating the policies to those who are relevant. And so that is why we are conducting research, and we are almost at the end of the research. In particular, the Chungnam province, at the Chungnam province, Governor Yang is focused on policies for low birth rate, aging society, and polarization. If we take a look at the figures for 2020, 14% of our budget, which is about 1.7 trillion won, it has been invested into low birth rates, aging society, and polarization. Budgets and policies are important, but what is even more important is to have policies that can actually be experienced in the daily lives of those who are relevant. And so I would like to promise that we are going to make an effort so that the relevant people will feel this change in their everyday lives. Thank you.
Whenever I come to settings like this, it comes to mind that our total fertility rate was 0.84 last year, and Sejong City was 1.18, Jeollanam-do was 1.15, but Seoul is 0.64. So compared to Sejong City, it's less than half. The low fertility rate of Korea is resulted from the situation in the metropolitan area, the Seoul area. But I think that the local cities and the regions are more concerned about the low fertility rate rather than Seoul and the metropolitan region. I visited many local cities and I've seen this. It's quite interesting. Germany has about a national fertility rate of 1.5. Berlin is 1.4, it's the lowest. Jackson is 1.6, it's the highest in Germany. So overall, I think that there's similar fertility rates. There's not a big gap among the different regions as we see here in Korea. I think that we have to focus more here in Korea, focus more on balanced development and balanced growth. And the metropolitan region has to take more responsibility and think harder about how to tackle this issue. But in fact, in reality, the metropolitan area does not seem to be that concerned compared to the local areas. So when I go back to Seoul, I will try to have people take more interest in this issue and challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our moderator as well as our speakers and panelists. Another big round of applause, please. So we have covered the measures to overcome the crisis of local city extinction due to population decline. Thank you very much to the panelists for session 2. We shall now take a short break before the session of Symbiosis2, cooperation measures to prevent the devastation of marine resources and make the ocean waste-free in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Please join us again at 3:30. Thank you very much. We are just about to resume for Symbiosis2. We would like to invite the moderator and speakers to join us on stage. This session is titled Cooperating Measures to Prevent the Devastation of Marine Resources and Make the Ocean Waste-Free in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Please join us on stage if you are a moderator or a speaker. Thank you.
We will soon begin Symbiosis2 shortly. Please take your seats. We will soon begin the Symbiosis2 session shortly. The moderator and the speaker and the panelists, please come up on stage. This session is on cooperation measures to prevent the devastation of marine resources and make the ocean waste-free in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. The moderator of the Symbiosis2 session is Chairperson Ho Jae-young of the Water Commission Support Department. The speakers are Tomoya, Associate Professor, and Professor Lin Nan. These two will be joining us on the line, and the rest will be joining us here on stage. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ho Jae-young. I am the Chairperson of the Water Commission Support Department. So today we are going to talk about cooperation measures to prevent the devastation of marine resources and make the ocean waste-free in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. There is one presentation, and 4 panelists will join us for the panel discussion. First, I would like to introduce those who are present. The presenter is Director Lee Moon-suk of the Marine Spatial Environment Policy Research Section of the Korean Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. From Seocheon, Professor No Bang-nae is here with us. Mayor No Bang-nae is here with us. And also Professor Yoon Ik-jun of Daegu University is here. Associate Professor Toyota Tomoyo of the University of Shimane is joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. A big round of applause. And from Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences, we have with us Professor Lin Lan. Thank you for joining us. The Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, what we find to be most important is the environmental issues surrounding the Yellow Sea, and this is an important topic that we touch upon every year. It's related to the maritime resources, it's related to our daily lives as well. And so the Chungcheongnam-do, well, because we are located next to the West Sea, and also, although we're a bit far apart, still we're connected with Japan, with the ocean in between us. We're connected with China, with the sea in between us, and also the Seoul is between South Korea and North Korea as well. So we have to find ways to prevent the devastation of our fishery resources, and we have to think about the issue of marine debris as well. So having said that, today we will be hearing from Director Lee Moon-suk on this topic, and our 4 discussants will engage in a panel discussion. So Director Lee Moon-suk, please begin your presentation.
Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Lee Moon-suk of the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. It is an honor to present for this session. I thought that this forum is related to just the sea because it is called a Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. I was pleasantly surprised to see that it covers a wide variety of topics. This session will cover the ocean. Our organization researches marine science, and so we study the physical, sociological, economic, and policies related to the marine environment. And within the institute, I am in charge of marine spatial environment policy research. Let me start my presentation. There are many hot issues related to the marine environment, such as green energy, green transportation, and green resources. All of these issues are related to the marine environment. Most of these technologies are very sophisticated technologies. And so, in the future, it seems that the marine environment will be used thoroughly. Well, it's important to predict the future and to predict future technologies, but I would like to focus on fisheries, which is the traditional way to utilize the marine environment. We have always been interested in this issue, and although there are many research related to fisheries, there is still much to do for the issue of marine debris. Well, I would like to first cover the current status of fishery resources and fishing ground management. Second, the reality of marine debris condition and current status of marine debris management. And based on the first two, I would like to share with you some food for thought in cooperation in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Well, when I was asked to speak, I was asked to speak under the topic of degradation of fishery resources, but I would like to cover the overall fishing ground. This actually covers the efficiency of the resource itself. So that is the point that I would like to take. The decrease in productivity does not equal the decrease in fishery resources itself, but the degradation of fishing grounds could be viewed from the perspective of productivity. And so from some aspects, it can be equal. And if we take a look at some statistics, we see that there is a continuous decrease in coastal catches since the mid-1980s. So you can see that the number has dropped to 910,000 tons by the year 2019. According to our research, the fishery resources in the coastal areas has the potential of a maximum amount of 5 million tons. But given the amount of fishery resources in the coastal waters, then it is estimated at 3.13 million tons as of 2018. When we think about the volume of resources, it may look like it is decreasing, but according to research, this is actually not a decrease in the amount of resources, because an investigation into the resource level and trend of 50 major fish species found that 5 species had low resource levels. In particular, if we take a look at the plankton levels, there has not been any specific changes. So there has not been changes in the plankton themselves, so we cannot say that the amount of resource itself has decreased. According to the World Food Organization, if we take a look at Russia and Japan, we can see that there has actually been an increase in the amount of fishery resources. But without a few exceptions, we see that the overall amount of fishery resources increasing in Northeast Asia. And if we take a look at the Pan-Yellow Sea area, the total amount of catches, we see that the productivity is increasing, but the total amount is constant over 40 years. And if we take a look at the decrease in the amount of plant planktons in specific areas, we see that, for example, in the northern seas, the overall amount of catches is decreasing. So just because there is a decrease in productivity, we cannot say that there is a decrease in fishery resources. So what are the reasons for the drop in productivity? Many people believe that there are now changes in the fishing ground environment triggered by factors such as climate change, increase in illegal fishing, and excessive catches. And we see that there is reduced resilience in the fishery resources. according to the 1990s treaty, we have seen that there is fierce competition over fishing grounds, and so there is fierce competition surrounding the fishing grounds near the Korean Peninsula, and that is why we started to enter into fishery agreements, which means that some of the areas that we used to fish in is no longer available for fishing, and that is why overall we have a reduced fishing grounds. In the early 1990s, we had fishing grounds of 860,000 square kilometers, which has dropped to 690,000 square kilometers, which is a decrease of 21%. We have reduced fishing grounds, better technology, and higher demand for fisheries, which means that in the end, there is fierce competition over fishing grounds, which leads to overfishing. Such overfishing not only happens within the fishing grounds of Korea, but also in other countries as well. We have overfishing across the board, and this is an issue of focus not only for the central government, but also for the local government. Overfishing actually leads to the catch of not only adult fish, but also fish that are young, and so that actually leads to the depletion of fishing resources. This is the same in the Pan-Yellow Sea area as well. We see that many countries are putting into policies to prevent illegal fishing and overfishing. And if we take a look at the illegal activities by Chinese fishing boats in the EZZ areas of South Korea, we have had serious violations that have led to punitive charges. And we also have activities that discuss the relevant institutions to participate in the negotiations surrounding such illegal fishing. We also have the Korea-Chinese Provincial Organization and mediation organizations that are working on finding solutions surrounding illegal fishing and overfishing by Chinese fishing boats. Even if we have efforts for governance or administrative measures, we do not see that they have perfectly solve the issue of illegal fishing and overfishing. So we have other reasons for reduced catches. For example, we have changes in the environment itself, such as climate change. We have three different changes in the environment. First, there is development in the coastal areas, such as landfills. That actually leads to the devastation of spawning areas. Second, because of climate change, we also see an increase in ocean temperature, which then triggers a change in the habitat itself. Then we also have the issue of increase in marine debris that devastates the habitat environment. Of the three reasons, as for the first reason, we are well aware of the activities that happened in the 60s and 70s, and this is something that we are well aware of. So I don't think I need to discuss the first factor concerning the increase in temperature. Because the temperature of seawater increases, that actually leads to the devastation of the ecosystem where the seaweeds overgrow. That actually leads to decrease in the fish that eat the seaweed. That leads to sea desertification. During the last 10 years, we see that in the coastal areas, we have had a 9% increase in desertification. Increase in water temperature also changes the type of fish that live in the coastal areas, and we see that the water temperature is becoming quite high, and according to some research related to marine resources, if temperatures continue to rise as is, we could only have aqua farms that raise shrimp and no other fish stocks. And so those are some of the extreme forecasts that we have seen in research recently. This actually will lead to conflicts between countries. For example, we have had the issues of species from China flowing into the coastal waters of Korea, devastating the environment in the coastal waters of Korea. We see that there is excessive development in the coastal areas of China that is impacting the coastal waters of Korea. And that actually also triggers the higher number of typhoons that come into our coastal waters. And we will also see an increase of more Chinese species coming into our coastal waters. This does not happen overnight. We have seen that these trends have continued to increase for decades. And so the central government and the local government puts into place various policies. In the past, the fishery policies were quite old-fashioned, and I believe the biggest change happened in the 2010s because we started to accept the trends of the international society to switch from fish stock-centered policies to actually managing our resources. So it was centered around managing and limiting the production of resources. Such a paradigm shift happened in the 2010s, and subsequent efforts have been made. So we worked with TMC, which means that we have a total amount of fish catching that is available. So we are currently in the process of expanding TMC policies, and we are also working on prohibiting fishing in certain fishing grounds. And as a result, we were able to create scientific and objective figures to pinpoint the most optimal amount of fishing so that we can well manage our fish stock and fish resources. These methods are being used in countries around the world, such as Japan, New Zealand, US, and Norway. Recently, Japan has announced their fisheries innovation study, and they actually want to increase their TMC to 80%. And the second policy that we have conducted is that we are putting fishery resources back into the sea. So we are not only putting back fish stock, but we are also providing habitats such as spawning grounds. So that actually was the policy to create fishery resources. The third policy, I believe, is the most important policy. We have voluntary management groups that invite people in fisheries to join the management of fishery resources. During these times, we created a law for voluntary management so that the people in fisheries can voluntarily manage the fishery resources that are available. So we have seen such paradigm shift, and I believe that the second fishery resource master plan well reflects the paradigm shift. So this actually puts into place the goals that were set for 2020. And if we take a look at the master plan, there are three parts. First, the TAC-based management. second is the concentrated efforts on depleting fishery stocks and also specific policies for different resources. So, as I mentioned before, the Act for Voluntary Management as well as various laws were enacted during this period. The second Fisheries Resource Management Master Plan was established, followed by the third Master Plan in 2021. This actually puts into impact the goals for 2030 to recover the fish stock to 503 million tons. And as I mentioned before, I mentioned that the fishery resources has the potential of about 5.03 million tons, but the actual resources available is about 3.1 million tons currently. And so by 2030, we would like to increase the access to the 5.03 million tons, which is our potential. One is to extend our TAC. So TAC is the total available catch, and so up until 2050, the TAC will be increased to 50% from the current 35%. And additionally, we will add a smart TAC system so that the TAC data can be collected in real time using an app for better management. And for the fishermen who participate in TAC, they will be eligible for financial support as incentives. This will incentivize people who participate in TAC. The second direction is to restore the reduced fishery resources. So, based on data, those with reduced fishery resources will be prohibited from fishing. For example, for whales, there will be limited opportunities for fishing and the reselling. Third is ecosystem-based fishery resource investigation and assessment. In the past, fish stock was assessed per species over the life cycle. But in the future, the ecosystem will be reflected in the assessment. For example, is the ecosystem being impacted by climate change? What are some of the socio-economic impact on the ecosystem? And so that will be the base for assessing fishery resources. Ecosystem-based fishery resources investigation and assessment is being conducted to some extent even now. And so, because this is limited, this will be expanded in the future. So we hope to expand the number of criteria for such assessment from 15 to 60 in 2025. The fourth direction is to improve the habitat of the coastal waters by establishing 50 indexes for assessing the ecosystems. By 2030, 54,000 hectares will be created as a marine forest, and that could become the source of blue carbon, and we believe that it could absorb about 180,000 tons of CO2. We believe that this is a very important policy. We will also take a look at finding ownership for fishing grounds. In order to do so, we will work with 3,500 tons of fishing resources that are available. And we will also come up with a digital system to take a look at any devastations in the fishing grounds. The last direction is related to culture. I believe that this part is the most important. We need to spread the culture of participation by the fishermen themselves. They need to be able to become aware of how to protect fishery resources. That is why we have a SOS Fishing Information Service data service. This provides information about major fish stocks and the species that are protected. And we also have information about protection campaigns, about certain types of fish, and we also plan to have various policies for participation to raise awareness. So up until now, I talked about the policies related to coastal waters, along with a direction for our policies. Well, we believe that the coastal waters are the most important, but we also have the aqua farms that are near the coastal waters, as well as the deep sea fishing. If we take a look at aqua farms, we need to have measures to prevent diseases, as well as to work with the welfare of the fish growing in the fish farms, so that we can make sure that we standardize such aqua farms. I believe that this is the most important. We wish to also introduce an assessment standard for aqua farms. There are aqua farms across the coastal areas of Korea. But these aqua farms at times are illegal and they are substandard sometimes. And so we need to have an assessment system to improve the standard of the aqua farms. We need to make sure that we have responsible management of the aqua farms. Such efforts are related to fishing resources. Well, I believe that this issue is directly related to marine debris. Fishing resources and marine debris need to be managed hand in hand because it impacts everything within the ocean. But the management of marine debris is very difficult because marine debris are mobile, and so it's very difficult to actually manage the marine debris. Not only is it difficult to manage in terms of space, but it's also very difficult to manage because of the difficulty in defining the ownership or the source of such marine debris. So we need to have collaboration amongst local autonomies as well as collaboration and participation of the local communities and the fishing population themselves. So let's take a look at marine debris damage first. Marine debris become the cause of ship accidents. It also reduces fishing productivity. It destructs marine life and habitats. And according to UNEP, every year 100,000 protected marine mammals and 1 million seabirds get tangled in marine debris to death. As I mentioned before, marine debris causes conflicts between countries because floating debris is moved by wind and ocean currents between countries, becoming transboundary issues. The marine debris impacts the tourism resources as well. When we go to the seaside, it's very difficult to enjoy the seaside if there is marine debris. But it is very difficult to analyze the amount of marine debris, and the collection of marine debris is very costly. And disposing marine debris is very costly because of the seawater that washes off the debris, which leads to limited opportunities for recycling. Here is the current status of marine debris. This is not accurate, but nevertheless, we use this data because of the lack of other data. So here is the inflow amount, and there is also the outflow amount, so marine debris that goes to other waters because of wind or ocean currents, and we subtract the outflow amount from the inflow amount to come up with the present amount. As of the data in 2019, this is the result. And we actually analyze the debris to coastal, deposited, and floating, and we can see that the coastal debris is about 30,000 tons. For deposited, it's about 114,000 tons, and floating is about 5,000 tons. 60% comes from aqua farms. So you can see that the 60% of the marine debris actually comes from aqua farms. So you can see that this is a significantly large portion of marine debris. And of the marine debris, those that impact the very survival of fishing stocks, which then translates into impacting the health of humans, is microplastic. And we believe that the amount of plastic in marine debris is about 67,000 tons per year. Of course, it's great to prevent the generation of marine debris, but this is very difficult to do, and the policies for such prevention is very difficult to assess. And so for the Korean government, we actually had policies mostly concentrating on collection of marine debris. You can see that a large budget is invested every year for this. In the last 4 years, the budget for collection was increased by fourfold, and the collected amount increased by 40%. You can see that as of 2021, we had a total of 180,000 tons that were collected. And if we take a look at the total amount of debris, it's about 150,000. So we have collected 110,000, but we have debris of 150,000 tons, which means that there are still much marine debris that are not collected every year. So this is the figure for just a single year. And so we have accumulated marine debris that is generated by Korea, but also marine debris that comes in from other coastal waters. And so there is a large accumulation of marine debris. And if we take a look at the status of marine plastics, 80% of the marine debris is marine plastics. But of the marine plastics, the plastic that is generated in the sea is quite a bit higher compared to the inland waste. Of course, inland waste means marine plastics that were generated inland that was thrown out in the ocean, and those called generated marine debris means the plastics that were created by marine activities such as fishing. So this shows that much of the marine plastic debris was created by activities that happen on sea, such as the debris from various ships and vessels. Marine plastics and other marine debris that devastates fishery resources are actually generated by activities that utilize fishery resources. And so, in order to manage such marine debris, the government of Korea has many policies in place. For example, we have environmental assessment as the basis for management. And so we have different codes for the different environment. Is it an environment that is already beyond utilization, or is it at risk? So there are different degrees of devastation that are labeled for each fishing ground. And we also take a look at ways to manage fishing grounds and improve ecosystems, not only to restore productivity, but rather to decide whether or not such fishing grounds are productive or not. And so, policies related to marine debris need to be upgraded. In order to tackle marine debris, in 2020, the government has enacted the law on marine management and marine waste. Well, marine debris is a part of marine waste. Marine debris refers to the physical waste that exists in the ocean environment. Marine waste also includes liquid waste along with the solid waste. For example, if we have facilities to capture CO2 in deep sea facilities, that would be a part of marine waste. And also, if there is a leakage of oil, that would be included as marine waste as well. And so there is laws to manage marine waste as well as pollutant deposits. Pollutant deposits is pollutants that are deposited not only from the debris but also from the waste. For example, debris are thrown out by people, but within pollutant deposits, it also includes, for example, deposits that come from the death of marine resources as well. So, for the case of pollutant deposits, it cannot be included as a marine waste. And so, we have laws on marine waste and also pollutant deposits, as well as the subsequent management systems. And this year, in 2021, we have come up with the master plan. And according to the master plan, for marine debris, we need to reduce the plastics by 50% by the year 2030 and 0% by 2050, which is in line with the carbon neutral goal. And for marine waste, the goal is to reduce this by 50%. So overall, the policy direction for marine debris is investigation, disposal, and recycling. And at the core of these strategies is to prevent the generation itself. That is for marine waste. And for pollutant deposits, just like marine wastes, it seems that there is regular management, but actually, pollutant deposits have been managed only around the port areas or the fishing grounds, and so we need to develop technologies to purify the pollutant deposits. This brings me to the end of my presentation, but I have not been able to include the conclusion in my presentation material, so I would like to add my conclusion. As I mentioned before, we have a drop in the productivity of marine resources, and we have various issues related to marine debris. So for a very long time, the central government and the local government have conducted various policies for these issues. It seems that the policies are continuing to evolve, reflecting technology development, but the overall framework is not changing. We have not been able to achieve our goals. Most of the plans of the central government and the local government, if we take a look at their results, it seems that less than 30% of the goals set have been achieved. I don't know if I should be sharing these figures with you. This actually is not because of the lack of achievements, but rather it is because these goals are long-term. We need to enhance our productivity and to manage the marine debris, and I look forward to solutions being achieved in the future. It cannot be achieved overnight. So I do hope that the central government, the local communities, and the NGOs can work together to develop our policies so that we can achieve our goals in the long run. The government should come up with the policies, institutions, and provide technologies for the local governments. They need to bring these policies to their local areas along with development of technologies that are appropriate for the local areas, and also provide those technologies to the local communities. Of course, the most important aspect is to prevent the generation of marine debris, and we also need to make sure that the local community and the fishermen participate in these efforts. Their efforts is an investment for their own future. And this will prevent the devastation of marine environments. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Lee. A big round of applause for Dr. Lee, please. Dr. Lee, in her presentation, talked about the devastation of marine resources and also the issue of marine debris. Thank you for that presentation. The overdevelopment of the coastal areas lead to the devastation of spawning environments, and also climate change is leading to changes in the habitat environment, and illegal and overfishing along with marine debris is devastating the marine environment. She also talked about how we are shifting to a TAC-based management system, and that really is quite encouraging. Concerning marine debris, she mentioned various aspects. Marine debris, we can see that much is generated from marine activities, but there is also a large amount of marine debris that flows to the sea from the land. So not only should we manage the marine debris generated at sea, but we also have to manage the land environment to make sure that there's no inflow of debris into the marine environment. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for your presentation. We will now go into the discussion.
First, I would like to invite a person who's out in the scene, Mayor No Bang-rae of Seocheon County. I think I can give you 7 to 8 minutes. Please go ahead. Yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Well, Seocheon is located at the bottom of Jungnam. There is Boryong and Hongseon and Dangjin and Taean. These are the cities and counties that are located nearby, adjacent to the sea, within the Pan-Yellow Sea region. And so we collaborate each other and we try to create a joint stance when it comes to relevant issues concerning the sea. We participated at the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum 6 years in a row in the past, and this is our 7th year attendance. We were hit by COVID-19, and so I am here alone representing my county. I ask for your understanding. Today we heard from Director Lee Moon-suk about issues concerning marine resources and marine debris, and she gave a very detailed explanation of the challenges we are faced with. Now, of course, mayors are not experts of fishery and marine affairs, but I do know that there are challenges that people face on a day-to-day basis. We are experiencing changes in the maritime environment. For example, if you look at the West Sea, you can see that there were some types of fishery or fish species that used to be caught by the fishermen, but these are changing. And so, of course, we hear from the fishermen how startled they are, that it's, for example, crab season, but it's difficult to catch a lot of crab. We hear their complaints about these issues. And also, we can see, of course, there can be more efforts put into place by the fishermen, the administrators, and also the fishery industry. The people in the industry have to work together. But sometimes we are at odds because the local authorities sometimes have to supervise them. We have to implement regulations. So what was mentioned by Director Lee will be reflected into policy, I do believe. Thank you for your presentation. And also when it comes to enforcement, as it was mentioned before, the radars, the equipment, we provide a lot of support, and also the crabs, and also there are a lot of fish species that we send out into wildlife, the marine environment, but nevertheless we are seeing extinction of some types of fish species. So in terms of policy, well, I think that perhaps the director did not talk about this on purpose, or maybe because it's a separate issue, she did not have time to go into it. But when we block a river or we come up with a detour route, well, there's changes to the natural environment, and this leads to a lot of side effects. And so when it comes to the fish species, well, there can be some negative radical impact that we see. So I think that the experts will have to approach the government and give us a clear explanation of what is happening in the natural environment. Of course, we try to do our best, but I think that we have to know the situation, we have to know the culprit, and also the outcomes in order for us to deal with these challenges. Next, the marine debris. Last year, the Ministry of Fishery Affairs and the staff members came to our county. Around 1,000 people came and they cleaned up the marine debris. Of course, they utilized many different equipment. A couple of years ago, it took about 200 million. Now it takes about 1 billion won. And soon we believe that it will take a budget of 2 billion to 3 billion to deal with the fishery and the marine debris. Sometimes the marine debris is caused by the fishermen themselves, but a lot of the waste comes from the inlands. For example, if there's a flood or there is heavy rain, then the debris come from the land into the marine environment, and it's very difficult to collect the debris. And this has a very negative impact, a big negative impact on the fishing grounds. So we have to come up with policies based on the experts' input to deal with these issues. Because if there are debris coming from the rivers, we have to make sure that the debris are collected at the river level so that they do not flow into the ocean. I think that we have to really take on a more firm stance against this. I always protest against this and say that the waste from the inland has to be blocked and should not flow into the ocean, because a lot of damage is caused by this. Of course, the Ministry of Fishery Affairs is one of the ministries that we closely work with. And sometimes we are recognized for our efforts, but sometimes I think that we do put in a lot of efforts, Taean, Seocheon, but nevertheless, our efforts are not given enough credit, and sometimes the debris come from the inland. So I think that fundamentally we have to target the root cause of the debris, and we have to take on a more active stance. I wish that such an opportunity will be further provided so that we can make sure that the land debris do not flow into the marine environment. Those who are working in this sector, I ask for your active cooperation and your active efforts. We spend a lot of budget, we make a lot of efforts to deal with the issue of marine debris, and sometimes I get very upset because we put in a lot of effort. I think this is a good opportunity to talk about what we are doing. We make efforts, but nevertheless, I think that there is more to do. I acknowledge that. And recently, well, we were registered on the UNESCO list of heritages, and from Seocheon to Gochang to Sinan to Boseong to Suncheon, these 5 counties were included in the natural heritage registered by UNESCO. It's an outcome of our 10-year effort that our wetlands was registered as an important heritage of UNESCO. So this is good for preserving the natural environment and also to protecting the marine resources. We also talk a lot about carbon neutrality, and I think that we understand that the wetlands are important reservoirs of important resources, and this can really help preserve the wetlands and help the fisheries. As we protect nature, we also have to make sure that commercial activities can be carried on. And we will, at the administrative level, make sure that the policies of the government can be implemented. And like I said, sometimes we are at odds with the fishermen, but what we mostly do is we try to protect the fishermen, and we help ensure that their fishery activities can be promoted. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. Yes, thank you very much. A big round of applause. So, of course, the reduction in the fishery is, of course, the volume is a reality. And he talked about the efforts that are ongoing on what needs to be addressed. When it comes to the debris issue that comes from the rivers and the land, well, I think I touched upon this before, but about 65% of the debris and the waste comes from the land. And in most cases, the waste comes from the rivers. So the agency in charge of managing the rivers are MOLIT, and the Ministry of Fishery Affairs are in charge of oceans and maritime affairs. I don't think that the 2 ministries work closely together. Now, once the rivers are managed by the Ministry of Environment starting from next year, I think that the 2 ministries, the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Fishery Affairs, can work closer together to make sure that the river waste do not flow into the ocean. And also, I am very interested as chairperson of the Water Commission in this interest. So I'm keeping an eye on this. And once again, I congratulate your wetlands being registered with UNESCO. So let's go on to the next panelist.
We will now go to our Japanese panelist. We have with us Professor Toyota Tomoyo of Shinema University. Your discussion, please. Can you hear me well? As have been introduced, I am Toyota Toyomi. Thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. Marine debris, and I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about a Japanese example of marine debris. And this is an issue that is being highlighted in Japan in terms of marine management. Let me share some material with you. Can you see my material? This is an example from Japan. Well, I major in environmental economics, and so I would like to talk about marine debris, which was one of the topics covered by Dr. Lee. This is the coastal water surrounding Japan. You can see that the ocean currents move in the direction of the arrows. So added to the domestic issues of Japan, we also need to take a look at this from an international perspective. This is the same for Asia. On this southern side, we have Southeast Asia, and we have Australia further down south, and the ocean currents coming from Australia and Southeast Asia also reach Japan, and so we need collaboration with these two regions as well. And concerning the oceans of Japan, the biggest issue domestically is the marine plastics. This was mentioned by Dr. Lee as well. Marine plastics cannot be resolved naturally within the ocean, so it builds up within the organisms, which then impacts the overall ecosystem. And therefore, many people are interested in marine plastics in Japan, especially microplastic under the size of 5 millimeters is currently in the limelight. We believe that this has a very big impact on the environment and also the everyday lives of people. So that is why many people are interested in microplastics. If we take a look at the coastal waters of Japan, we find quite a large amount of microplastics surrounding Japan. Here we can see on the graph the amount of microplastics per cubic meter. So we have microplastics scattered around the coastal waters of Japan. We can see that the amount of microplastics in the coastal waters of Japan is 27 times that of the global average. Concerning plastics, there are two different types of marine plastics. First is the marine plastics that come from cosmetics ingredients and toothbrush ingredients. So here you can see microplastics that are used to clean our teeth. This cannot be filtered through the sewage system, and so it flows into the sea. This type of marine plastics are eaten by fish, and it's accumulated within the fish, which then impacts humans. Concerning microplastic, we need to work from the corporate level on finding possible solutions. So whether it be Canada or the US, and in some European countries, there are new policies and restrictions against microplastics, but in Japan, we have outdated standards when it comes to the utilization of microplastics. The second reason for microplastic is due to the fact that marine debris are cut down into smaller pieces, which then become microplastics that either accumulates at the bottom of the sea or floats on the water. So a fundamental way to prevent microplastics is to prevent microplastic from flowing into the marine environment. There is immense amounts of marine debris accumulating within the coastal waters of Japan. And if we take a look at the marine plastics that are building up in the coastal areas, the amount is increasing very sharply. From 2009, there is a law that monitors this plastic accumulated in the coastal areas, and we are currently reviewing this law. This law should assess the impact of the marine debris on sea life, and it also should take a look at how compensation should be provided for the victims of marine plastics. Well, it seems that in Korea, your budget is increasing. In Japan, the budget for finding solutions, including the collection of microplastics, has grown to about 40 billion won per year. The Ministry of Environment assessed in Japan the types of marine debris, and here you can see that it is categorized by different compositions, and you can see that a bulk of the debris come from nature. Plastic is very light in weight, but the volume is large, and you can see that in terms of the number of pieces, plastics is very high. So that is why marine plastic is such a big issue. Marine plastic comes from water bottles or plastic bags, mostly. And it also comes from fishing activities. For example, the fish nets that are used. It also comes from other equipment related to fishing. Of course, it depends on whether you look at weight or volume, but you can see that much of the marine plastic comes from the use in our everyday lives, close to 60%. So we need to think about our lifestyle. Around the world, we see that 80% of marine plastic comes from inland. And so, although there are times when we directly throw debris into the sea, sometimes there's an inflow through wind. So we need to rethink our lifestyle in order to find a fundamental issue. That is the current awareness that is prevalent within Japan. The marine debris that were found in Japan, this chart shows the origin. Here the blue is from Japan, the orange is China, and the green is Korea. You can see, depending on the region in question, the origin of the marine debris is quite different. Depending on the ocean currents, the origin of the marine debris is different, and we can see much of it is generated inland. We need to not only review fishing methods, but we also need to change our lifestyle, and we also need to think about our ethical standards in not throwing away plastics and also finding alternatives for plastic. Not only for activities within Japan, but we also need to take a look at this from an international point of view. This is my last slide. Here you can see that concerning various efforts related to marine debris and marine plastics, Of course, efforts by individuals is important, but we also need community level efforts, government level efforts, and corporate level efforts. We need to cooperate and work together. In Japan, related to marine plastics, because we continue to use plastics, we need to make an effort to protect our marine environment from marine plastics, and we need to have a common awareness. And that is why we have created this symbol to utilize to raise awareness. We have just started our efforts. And if there are any best cases, we have the ministers of Japan sharing these best practices both domestically and internationally so that we can protect the marine environment and change our lifestyle at the same time. Thus far, I have introduced a Japanese example. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Toyota Toyomi, for your presentation. When I introduced you, I mispronounced your university. She is a professor at Shimane University. Thank you very much for your comments. Well, in the coastal waters of Japan, there is a concentration of microplastics, according to Dr. Toyota Toyomo. And so in order to find solutions, close to 400 billion won is invested. And microplastics, they are light in weight, but they are numerous in number and also large in volume. Marine plastics, 80% of it comes from inland, which is different from the Korean figures. It was about 65% that comes from inland in Korea, and it seems that for marine plastics in Japan, 80% comes from inland. I was quite surprised to see that marine plastics flows in to the coastal waters of Japan from Russia, Korea, China, as well as other unknown origins. That was quite surprising to see. So in order to change the marine plastic issue, she emphasized that we need to change our lifestyle. Thank you very much. Another big round of applause, please.
Can you hear the people applauding from your screen? Yes, great. Now let's go on to our third panelist. We have with us from the Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences, Professor Lin Lan. Please go ahead. Yes, honorable moderator and honorable ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this wonderful event. Director Lee Moon-suk gave a presentation, and I would like to briefly touch upon what she said. I have been researching for a long time the field of local economics, and from that perspective, I would like to talk about the challenges surrounding the fishery industry and the maritime industry. Now, listening to Director Lee Moon-suk's presentation, I could see that the challenges that we are faced with when it comes to the degradation of the marine environment can be identified as being caused due to three reasons. Number one is the overfishing of in the maritime environment. There has been an increase in fishery activities, and so this has led to overfishing. And so we can see that this has been leading to maritime degradation and pollution. And number two is another artificial reason, but due to climate and environmental issues, also this has led to artificial reasons as well. So you can see that this is actually an issue that should be dealt with from various different fields. is a very complicated and complex matter. And number three, there is the biological competition among the different species. For example, there is a certain amount of resources in the maritime environment, but if there is a decrease in the crabs or shrimps, then this can lead to competition among the fishes that consume the shrimps and the crabs for their feed. And so the degradation of the marine environment is caused by these two natural reasons and one artificial reason. And also you can say that the artificial reason is caused by mankind. So if I may give you my viewpoints on this, degradation of the marine environment is something that we have to tackle and respond to. And first, what I would like to say is that we have to protect the marine environment. We are here to talk about the future of the Pan-Yellow Sea region, and you can see that there are three major countries in this region. One of them would be China, and for China, there are 9 relevant cities in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. So you can say that these challenges are not a challenge that can be solved by a single city or a single agency alone. There are many cities involved, and each region has a coastal line that is adjacent to the marine environment. And also, you can see that there are these natural coastal lines and also these artificial zones and lines as well. So, in other words, there are restrictions or depending on the season, or sometimes there are restrictions placed on the zones or the regions, or there are areas where you cannot emit waste. So if you do not abide by the rules, then this leads to artificial degradation. So we really have to think about the degradation that is caused by not abiding the rules and not abiding such barriers that has been put up. Also, we are seeing mass technological development, and this has had a huge impact on the lives of the people. So there has been positive impact, but at the same time, this has led to environmental degradation. And so we are talking about marine debris today. And in some areas, we have seen massive degradation of the environment. Director Lee Moon-suk said during her presentation that through the advancement of technology, we have seen some changes, but we have to go towards a more environment-friendly approach, and that there can be environment-friendly technologies that can be utilized to survey the marine environment. Also, I think that there is a need to train and educate the fishermen. They can be taught about how their fishing activities can impact the marine environment, and also they can be trained and educated about preventing pollution and degradation. So this would be education on preemptive measures. And also there can be education on utilizing technology for managing the marine environment. There are some fishermen who do not have technological expertise, and these fishermen would benefit from relevant education. Also, there has to be awareness enhancement among the fisheries in terms of these environmental issues, and if they utilize technology, then I think that we can enhance efficiency. Number 3, I think that there has to be a balance in terms of the benefit sharing. There are a lot of different stakeholders. and interested parties. When it comes to utilizing and sharing the resources, I think that there is room for improvement. So, to speak more frankly, if we can utilize abundant resources, then we would not have to protect them. But the resources are limited, so we need to really think about how we can preserve the resources and share the resources. There are many different kinds of agreements that have been reached in terms of utilizing resources and also for the development and the protection of resources for the future. There has to be a public agency or public service agency that can manage the resources. So perhaps there can be a joint agency or a joint institution that is on top of the different agencies or nations, and this agency, the pan-regional agency, can play the role of a control tower, and this institution or agency can actually ensure that the benefits are well and equally shared in a balanced manner among the different countries and the regions, as if there is an agreement for protecting the climate. I think that we need an agreement to protect the marine resources, and by doing so, I think that we can better protect the resources in the region and have more efficient and effective regulations. I think that there are also some things that we have to think more seriously about. Listening to the presentation, I was able to think more about the information concerning our maritime environment. This was mentioned during the presentation, and I was able to see that there is a lot of diverse data and information related to the maritime affairs. I was able to learn a lot from what was mentioned by Professor Toyota Tomoyo. Not only fishery, but also the environmental issues of the Pan-Yellow Sea region is something that we have to collectively think about. For example, there is the industry for making salt, and then there is a shipbuilding industry. So there are diverse industries situated in the Pan-Yellow Sea region, and such industries also impact the environment. So these various industries and these various regions are existing in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. And I think that we have to seek for coordinated development, taking into account these diversities of industries and regions. Big data is being widely utilized, but big data is something that is being protected. Climate data, I think, is okay, but for example, if it's the data related to fishery, I think that it might be difficult to share the relevant data. And so when it comes to data sharing, I believe that we need more coordination, or perhaps we might need more policy support to promote data sharing. At the same time, fishery includes many different industrial sectors. There is, for example, the aquaculture industry, and then in the upstream there is the processing industry. So when we talk about aquaculture and fishery without thinking about the overall industrial ecosystem, I think that we will not be able to pay attention to all of the relevant details or the relevant sectors. So I think that we have to have a more holistic approach when we think about marine-related issues. We have to look at the overall industrial sectors in a comprehensive manner. For the fishery industry, there is shared land. For example, when we emit waste we say that, oh, that is not our land, or we did not emit land there. And this leads to confrontations because when it comes to public land, people tend to shy away from taking accountability, and that leads to confrontation. So I think that voluntary resolution to such confrontations might be difficult, and so I think that there should be a consultative body. There needs to be governance put into place to deal with these matters. The other side might be the benefiter, and the interest of the other side might be different from my interests. Therefore, we have to look at the overall picture, and we have to think about these relevant challenges from a co-governance perspective. Director Lee Moon-suk also introduced some policy-related matters. When we look at these policy matters, I think that we can gain a lot of insight as well. For example, I think that also another area of importance is preemptive measures. The natural environment and the ecosystem and the economy and the trade environment are all of the different aspects that we have to consider. For example, when it comes to the volume of the different fish species, I think that there has to be advanced research. Yes, because of the time constraint, can you wrap up your remarks? Yes, okay, I think I need just 30 more seconds. So, preemptive management is very important, preemptive care is important, and if possible, I think that we need to really ensure fairness and equality, and also there has to be consultation for policy measures among the relevant countries. How are we going to obtain co-governance is something that we will have to discuss and coordinate in this region, especially when it comes to the issue of pollution. There has to be co-governance. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. A big round of applause. So we have to end at 5 o'clock, so I apologize for not being able to give you abundant or sufficient time. If there is another opportunity, I promise that I will be able to give you more time. Director Lee Moon-suk, there were some questions raised to you, so perhaps you can answer them during your closing remarks. And let's go on to our last panelist, Professor Yoon-ik Jun of Daegu University.
Good afternoon. I don't have a lot of time left, so I will go quickly through my comments. I majored in environmental law, and so having listened to Professor Lin Lan and Professor Toyota Tomoyo, I could relate to their comments. In 2019, I researched the pollution of the Pan-Yellow Sea region, in particular microplastic. And there was an interesting case from Korea. There is a snack called 새우깡, and it's made from shrimps. It's a very popular snack in Korea. And the shrimps are caught in the Western Sea. But this snack maker actually wanted to use shrimp from other countries rather than Korean shrimps. Well, usually this would be due to cost issues, but at that time, they wanted to change their source of shrimps because of microplastic. They wanted to change their source because of the possible microplastic included in shrimps from Korea. And so, marine debris and marine resources go hand in hand. What I would like to talk about is based on my research. So it would be a follow-up of other panelists. Concerning microplastic, the most important aspect is the fact that it is accumulated in the bodies of fish. And it actually impacts the cells of the fish, and which then becomes quite toxic for other organisms. I would like to share my slides, but in 2018 in a Manchester research team that was published in Nature, the microplastic concentration level in Nakdong River in Korea is the second highest in the world because of the styrofoam that is used in aqua farms. And concerning this issue, we have listened to the various responses by Japan and China. As Dr. Lee has mentioned, we have new laws on marine debris and pollutant deposits. And related to cosmetics, the use of microplastics is prohibited for cosmetics now. We listened to the example of Japan already, but when I researched, I also researched the example of China. It seems that as of 2010, the Yangtze River of China had the largest inflow of marine debris into the sea out of 20 rivers in the world, and that actually produces 3 times larger the amount of plastic compared to the second largest river. And so we need to have heightened awareness about marine plastics. Mr. Im talked about various toxic sea creatures, and in China there is also large-scale aqua farms, and the plastic from such aqua farms flows into the coastal areas of Korea and Japan. So this session is titled Symbiosis2. And as many other people have mentioned, issues related to the Pan-Yellow Sea region cannot be left to any one country alone. In order to prevent microplastics in the Pan-Yellow Sea area, we need the efforts of all 3 countries of Korea, Japan, and China. Microplastic is not an issue limited to our region. It is a global issue because it can flow through all waters. UNESCO and UNEP, as well as the UNCPP COP meeting, we are all talking about marine plastics. It is one of the hottest topics. As other people have mentioned, we need to take into consideration the circumstances of different countries. Many people also talked about data, but we should also talk about data not only for marine resources, but also for pollution. So we need objective data that is researched together. And in dealing with marine plastics, we also talk about the origin of marine plastics. But in finding the solution for pollution, we should not have the structure of the victim and the person who causes the damage. We need to approach this as a common issue to find solution for a common environment. And so in order to do so, we need to share our values, and we need to take into consideration that there are different circumstances for different countries. In Japan, you don't have a separate law about microplastics. In China, there are some regulations, but it is still under par. This is the same for Korea as well. We talked about climate change. We need to make sure that we recognize each other's differences, but come up with a good model to find a common solution. I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize that through the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, the direction that we should move in is to not only work on our own efforts by each country, but we also need to network amongst local governments. And I believe that we can find subsequent solutions. For example, coming up with a joint declaration for solving the issue of Pan-Yellow Sea pollution. And so that would actually open the way for a governance that would enable the sharing of information. I believe that such results could be achieved through this forum. And the Chungnam Provincial Council has various commissions related to marine environment and fishery resources, and so I do believe that they could be at the center. The Seocheon governor also mentioned the issue that I researched. There is the total amount of debris that can be generated per river, and the US actually uses this system. So we actually need to utilize the system, and we also need to utilize a system to share the burden of finding solutions for such debris. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much. A big round of applause, please. So Dr. Toyota showed us a map related to ocean currents, and that actually shows that this is not an issue that is limited to any one country. And Professor Yoon also talked about how we need to make sure that we don't have the framework of aggressor and victim. And that is why we need to understand this is a common problem that we need to find a common solution for. And one example that he used was to utilize this venue to have a joint declaration by different local autonomies represented here. Thank you very much.
So we're almost out of time, but nevertheless, there were some questions raised by Professor Lin Nan to Director Lee Moon-suk. So why don't we briefly listen to the answer by Director Lee, and we can wrap up. Thank you for your comments. Your comments were quite excellent. Thank you. I think that I agree with most of the comments. And Professor Lin Lan and Professor Toyota also mentioned aspects that I agree with. You talked about the tragedy of the system that we have, the common system, and relevant research is also ongoing here in Korea as well. So how are we going to manage the public goods, and how are we going to utilize the public goods while we predict the future demand is something that we are thinking about and researching as well. Professor Toyota and Professor Lin Nan also talked about this, but when it comes to marine debris and microplastic, there are international rules already in place. The UN has also announced in 2014-2016 a resolution on this matter, and also in 2018 there has been work implemented to make such agreements binding. For example, prohibiting the emission of marine debris, and also environmental matters should be made into domestic laws and regulations so that they have binding force. And we believe that when we do so, we can have further international progress made on these topics. Sometimes it's very difficult to tackle these challenges, and that is why it's very important for cooperation among the various local governments. I do agree. I think that the role of the local governments are very important, so collaboration there is important. At the same time, we need more exchanges among the academics. For example, there are cooperation forums between Korea and China and Korea and Japan, and so the researchers and the scientists are engaging with one another, sharing information. I think that if we build up on these activities, then we will be able to include not only the Pan-Yellow Sea region, but the further common marine areas, so that we can see greater advancements on these topics. Yes, technological development has helped humanity, but at the same time, it has led to natural environment degradation as well. Now it is time to utilize our advanced technologies to make sure that we can actually recover the degraded environment. That should be the direction of future technological advancements. As I mentioned before, we talked about marine debris and also the issue of marine resources. These issues are not limited to one country, so at least Korea, China, and Japan, the three countries should cooperate. I do hope that we can have more opportunities for trilateral cooperation. I think that cooperation among the central governments are important, but at the same time, among the local governments are very important. Political issues can be quite sensitive, but cooperation in the environmental field, I think, cannot be that sensitive, and it can be an important area for promoting collaboration. During the next year's Pan-LOC Forum, I hope that we can talk about further cooperation. And with that, I would like to close this session. Thank you to all of the panelists, and especially our speaker, Director Lee Moon-suk, Mayor Do Bang-le, Professor Toyota Tomoyo of Shinama University, Professor Lin Nan of Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences, and Professor Yunuk-jun of Daegu University. Thank you. And I thank everyone here in the audience. Thank you. A big round of applause.
This brings us to the end of Symbiosis2. This session was moderated by Chairman He Jae-yong of Water Commission. Another big round of applause for Mr. He, please. Another round of applause for the panelists as well. Thank you. This brings us to the end of the forum. Thank you for joining us throughout the day at the 7th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. Thank you to the online and offline participants. This brings us to the end of the forum. We will see you again at the 8th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. Thank you very much.